for joining us. We have a wonderful agenda put together by Mr. Luke Dixon for today, including our annual traffic bowl, where we have 4 teams competing for this year's prize. Again, I would like to thank everybody for being here, and I hope everybody enjoys today's agenda. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Luke Dixon and let him take the meeting away from here. Thank you very much. Luke.
Thanks, David. Let me switch my screens for a second. All right.
Hey, Luke, this is Brandon. While you're switching your screens, I want to take just a moment and recognize the firms and companies that have reached out to us expressing an interest in sponsoring TSITE this year. So far, we've got Mar Traffic, Supply Associates, Stantec, Birch Transportation, and Mattern and Craig, who have all sponsored or expressed an interest in sponsoring, and I'm working with them to finalize that. I wanted to just point that out here at the very beginning, and if anybody else wants to contact me about that, feel free to do so. I'll mention that again during the business meeting. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Brandon. As you can see my screen now, I'm hoping to make this meeting more interactive and fun. I'm looking forward to being the TSITE Vice President this year and serving you all. And as part of that, I'm going to do some, I've got some questions. Both our great speakers today have questions sprinkled throughout their presentation. I've got also some icebreaker questions and some trivia, kind of sprinkle that through the meeting to, and I hope we keep everybody engaged. I know it's hard with this virtual format to stay in tune with the meeting. So there's a lot of distractions. So if you want to whip out your cell phone, you can go to menti.com and type in this code 3774895. That's also on the top of all the slides. So if you missed it, you can always join in later. You can join in on your cell phone, or just you go to Google and your web browser and do it on your computer as well. So it's totally anonymous, but hopefully we'll get some good feedback. It makes it a little more fun. So let's see. It's like so far everybody's over the cold weather. The first couple of questions are just kind of icebreaker to give you all a feel of how the platform works. And I enjoyed the snow last week, but I'm ready for summer now. My kids like playing in it, but I'm over it now. Ready to move on. So I'll give you all a few minutes to kind of log in and figure out how it works. Yeah, we've got a great program today. Two presenters. Also have the traffic bowl with 4 teams, which is great. We haven't had 4 teams in a while, so I'm pretty excited about that. Looks like the majority of people are ready to move on with cold weather. So I've got one more trivia question, just going to give you the idea. I've only got 2 TSITE trivia questions. So who was the TSITE president in 2011? Anybody know? If you want to cheat, just go to the website and look it up. It was too hard, I guess. All right, we'll leave that open. I'll go ahead and introduce our first speaker. I think everybody's afraid to vote for the trivia question here.
Luke, I think it's not advancing because on the app, it's still stuck waiting for your slide.
Sorry.
Oh, there it is now.
No? Okay. Sorry. Thanks, Meredith. Awesome. Okay. Not sure why it was stuck, but thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
I was worried nobody wanted to participate, so.
No, we got participation here.
Awesome. And the correct answer is Chris Rhodes. With that, I'll move on to introducing our first speaker today. Meredith C. Black from Gerson Smith. The title of her speech is Governing Your Big Data. Dr. Meredith C. Black is a senior TSITE engineer and subject matter expert in big data, ITS and trade. With over 19 years of experience, she has managed and designed a variety of transportation projects for local agencies in Tennessee and throughout the Southeast that have implemented advanced transportation management system and transportation system management and operations, TSMO project.
Excuse me, Luke.
Yeah.
If everybody would please make sure that your mics are muted. Please remain on mute throughout the entire presentation. Right now, it's there's some type of background fuzz coming through, so it's real hard to hear you.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who it was.
Meredith, okay, well, it went away.
I think it's
Meredith. Coming through
Is it
Meredith.
me?
Yes.
Oh, man. I'll mess with my settings. I'll be on mute for a second.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that was it. Sorry. Back where I was. So we're talking about TSMO projects. These projects improve safety and mobility via a variety of transportation, operations, and management strategies. Her experience includes traditional signal retiming, optimization, design, and deployment of ITS devices, and communication infrastructure to support these systems. In addition to her project experience, Meredith has been actively involved in the transportation research community with a focus on big data and its role in transportation planning, CAVs, freight mobility, and cutting-edge ITS solutions. She has published and presented original research at numerous conferences, including Transportation Research Board's annual meeting, ITS World Congress, ITS America, Europe, and Informs. She has been recognized as a Dwight David Eisenhower Transportation Fellow, E&O Fellow, and is currently a member of TRB's Information Systems and Technology Committee, which focuses on the development and application of information systems and technologies in transportation for productivity improvements with emphasis in system and user interfaces, data management and sharing, and the impact of computer technologies on transportation organizations. Please help me welcome Dr. Meredith C. Black as she presents Governing Your Big Data. I'll turn it over to you, Meredith.
All right, hopefully I fixed the background noise. Is it better?
It's better now, yeah. Whatever
Okay.
it seems better.
Okay, good. Well, welcome everybody. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about big data and how to govern it. So we'll get our slides going here. We are going to have a couple of questions like Luke mentioned, just to get a feel for where everybody is with big data and governing your data. So next. So we're going to go over big data. What is the issue with big data? How do we govern it? Well, governing it, what is important about that? And then how do we do this? Next slide. So to start off with big data, I need to know where everybody is with big data. So we're going to do a real quick poll. Just explain to me where you are with big data. If you don't even know what that word means, that's okay. Good. So it looks like most people have either a novice level or maybe they've played around a little bit with the big data. Really impressed that somebody's gone pro already with big data, so that's great. And a few people haven't really had any experience with big data. So we can go to the next slide. Next slide from that one. So just to start with, imagine a world where we could travel. It's a good opportunity to think through kind of how we interact in our world. So recently I took a trip, and in that trip, I had to take my car from a parked garage in my area, and we have this great technology, and it has license plate reading, and I had to pay for my parking on a monthly fee. So my credit card's involved. They know when my car comes in and out of the building. Of course, once I get in my car immediately connects to my phone. So we're generating some Bluetooth data and some GPS data as I'm traveling around. And lo and behold, I'm on my trip, I'm ready to go, and I get a flat tire warning. My car is generating data. That data is being transmitted. Get to a traffic light, I'm now being detected. I'm on a CCTV. So there is a lot of data that's being generated. Finally, I make it maybe to the highway. And again, I have another issue just trying to get out of my area. There's an incident. So there's maybe a DMS sign or some other data detector that's seeing, hey, traffic is slowing down. So just in a drive, we're generating individually I've generated a lot of data, and that's probably a 5 to 10 minute experience. Let's go to the next slide. So I eventually get to where I need to go on my trip, and I've checked into my hotel. So I've used my credit card, and my hotel is really interesting. It's got those keyless entries. So I just use my phone to open my door. So another data point is being generated, but I realize I might not have locked my doors. Maybe I should double check that the alarm is actually off. I have a boarder coming to see my animals. So I check, yep, doors are locked. All right, didn't set the alarm or turn the alarm off for the boarder, better do that. You know what would also be really good? Like last week when it was super cold and I had the heat on, and then this week it was 70, maybe I should change my temperature, all of which I can do from a remote location. So we're generating data in a really exponential way. Next slide. And data is everything. Google, Facebook, everybody is using data, and data is everywhere. Everything we do generates some form of data. Next slide. So we're going to do another question here. In the past 2 years, how much of the data generated totally do you think has been created in the past 2 years? Looks like 83% is leading. All right, so we're split between 83 and maybe 90% of the data, it looks like. We can go to the next slide. Answer, it's 90%. A lot of our data has come about in the past 2 years. So data is our modern currency. Everybody uses data to make decisions, and it's a really big thing that's going to grow. The Internet of Things, our cell phones, our cars being connected, our houses being connected, has really changed this demographic. And so by 2025, 41.6 billion devices are estimated to be connected. And you can see what kind of data is anticipated. And this is growing day by day. So this is an estimate, and who knows where we're going to be in 4 more years. Next slide. So understanding the currency is really important. We have 5 V's of data. You have the volume of it, so how much is out there, the velocity of it, how is it coming in? Is it stagnant data? Is it moving data? The variety, what are all the pieces and parts of the data that's out there? The veracity, is it good data, so a really solid point, or is it maybe a little bit questionable and we should have a little bit of doubt about it. And then what's its value? Not all data is going to have good value. Some's going to have great value. Next. So how does this apply in transportation? So as my example in the earlier part of our discussion, we talked a lot about road sensing, but there's a lot of data in transportation. And sometimes we don't always think about some of that data being from our roadway asset. We know what the pavement's condition is. We know maybe where there's guardrail or signage, what's on that signage, where we have signal poles, where we have lighting systems. There's a lot of information we have about our physical system. And then you also have in the transportation world, a lot of workforce data, emails, institutional knowledge, the stuff that lives up in someone's head that maybe we don't always have down on a piece of paper in a spreadsheet. How is operations working? What about maintenance records? How often are we having to fix something out in the field? So again, our industry is generating a lot of data. We can go to the next slide. All right, so we got a lot of data, but there are some issues probably with this data. Next slide. Biggest one is all data good data. In short, what you put in is what you get out. There are a lot of things that you might find in your data that's maybe not great. For example, overlapping data or data that lives in one silo or in multiple silos that's exactly the same. Something that's inaccurate, has poor quality. A lot of things that could go wrong with the data we're collecting that makes it really challenging for us to use it and know that it is good, solid data, especially if we're going to be making business decisions from this. Next slide. So how big of a problem is this? This is a huge problem in the industry. You can see this ranges from maybe $1 million issue to about 18% of the companies surveyed by Ford having this be a $20+ million issue for their company. The fact that it's $5 million average annually as an issue is concerning, but what concerns me most is that on this graph here, you see 9% of the companies that were asked didn't even know what how expensive this problem is. And we want to make sure that we understand our data, what we can do with it, and what it could be costing us if we're not managing it well. Next slide. So some common challenges that industry sees is person-to-person sharing. I know something, I tell a colleague, that colleague maybe shares that data. Where does that data live, but in our context of talking? So it's not always in a good place that we can report and retrieve or share with others. A lot of processes are manual. We don't always have good transferring mechanisms in place, so it's hard to get to data or share data. Standardization. This is one I sometimes deal with where, for example, I'm trying to name a road, a state route. Do I write state route? Is it SR? Is it S.R? And all three of those conditions could create a different data piece in a big scheme. So we want to make sure that we're thinking about what we need to do to standardize. And then some of it is sustainability issues. How are we going to use this data really long term? And what are the new challenges as we move to more data-driven decision-making that may come if we don't think about how this is going to be a sustainable enterprise? Next. So it's a struggle. There is so much data out there, as we kind of talked about just with my quick little example of taking my car, driving somewhere, checking into a hotel. I generated a lot of data, and that's not even the data that my watch is generating or that my cell phone is fully generating. There is a lot of data that we are generating all the time. And unfortunately, a lot of us don't know what we can do with it. In truth, about 10% of the data that you're generating in your organizations is actionable and used. And then there's AI and machine learning. So let's hop into another poll just to get a feel for maybe where everybody stands with AI and machine learning. How much does anybody know about it? More importantly, if you have any AI or machine learning techniques that you're familiar with, just go ahead and write in the name of it. If it's none, you can write none. You can send me a question mark. This was going to generate kind of a fun word cloud. Oh, lots of none. Give people just another minute. Oh, we see some really interesting ones coming up here. Neural networks, a lot of none still, and that's not unexpected. Oh, great. IBM Watson, some good stuff there. The Terminator, that's fun. Alexa's definitely using a lot of machine learning. All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about machine learning. This is great. It's good to see some people have had some experience with different algorithms, and the fact that the majority of you don't really have a lot of familiarity is not a big deal. So most of us in civil engineering, with a background in civil engineering, don't get a lot of AI, machine learning, computer science background. And that's okay. Unfortunately, a lot of the processes and procedures that we use, we stick the information in, it's kind of a black box experience where some sort of algorithm is used, whether it's machine learning or AI, and it gives us an answer. So understanding a little bit of how AI and machine learning is being implemented in our world can help us to make maybe smarter business decisions. Next slide. So just as an example, a lot of text on here, don't get lost in all that. These are some of the examples of AI and machine learning that we are seeing in the industry, whether it's a neural network, somebody had mentioned that earlier, maybe some unsupervised AI system that just kind of goes and learns on its own to figure out how to control traffic or coordinate an integrated corridor management system. And then you always have your autonomous vehicles, those driverless vehicles. They're using AI and machine learning to figure out what's going on out there. Next slide. So who's using it? Because it's great and all this theory stuff, but there's a lot of DOTs and communities that are using AI to figure out things, whether it's deploying that neural network somebody had mentioned earlier, for incident detection to understand video imaging and traffic predictions. Maybe it's the Transportation Commission in the Bay Area who's using an integration of 511 and Alexa, really interesting and innovative way. So we're starting to see people take on AI and machine learning and apply it in the real world situation. Next slide. So I did want to give everybody just this glimpse of stuff. This is a cheat sheet that I have found that kind of breaks down some of the machine learning algorithms. And if you're completely lost and where do you even start with applying something, this can be really helpful. I'm happy to share this with you. It's very tiny on the bottom where it came from, but if you're thinking about digging into this space or just want some sort of guidance of what does any of this mean, I'm happy to share that with you after the meeting. All right, so we've talked about machine learning and AI. We've talked about where data comes from in this really grandiose place. So let's talk now about the next step, data governances. Next one. So we've got to govern it. We got all this data coming in. We got to make sure it's going to play nice, that it's going to follow our rules. Next. So right now you may be feeling a little overwhelmed. There's tons of data out there. There's machine learning, there's AI algorithms, too much for you to deal with. But I'm going to give you some small steps here in the next couple of slides and go over what data governance is and make sure that you have some steps you can take today that can give you some really big results and set you up for a really successful future. Next slide. All right, so quickly the data lifecycle. You're going to acquire your data. You're going to do some discovery on it, make sure it's actually there. So the detector is generating data, you're actually receiving the data. Some governances need to be at play. Then you're going to optimize what you have, do some analysis on it, and then ultimately provide some sort of visualization, whether that's a business decision that gets made from that data or a graphic maybe showing a reduction in incidents on a highway or better traffic flow. And effective data governances really lead from discovery and that acquisition of the data to a successful business product at the end. Without governance, without managing what you've got in there, you can have a lot of failed components. Next. All right, so what is this data governance? I keep talking about it, haven't really defined it. So one of the things that data governance sets up is how we identify important data across an organization. It is not necessarily in a silo, but this bigger hierarchical thought process of all the data that you might have. We want to make sure that that data is of high quality and that it improves its value to the business. So we're not just, again, collecting data for data's sake, but that we are making it valuable to us in that currency space for making business decisions. So it includes ownership, who owns the data, who has access to this data. Is this data secure? We don't just want data that anyone can get to and manipulate. What's the quality? Is it good data? Does this data really have ground truth? If you're collecting, for example, again, traffic detection, are those real cars? Do you have something misfiring or something going wrong? And then what knowledge do we ultimately get from the data? Next slide. All right, so here's the framework. This is a lot of information. I'm going to start at the top and just kind of go around, and then I'll provide you a little bit more context on each of these. But all of these feed into data governances, and it's going to help us come up with our strategies, policies, and standards. And that includes your data architecture and management at the top, data development, metadata management, database operations management, data quality management, data security management, and then data warehousing, and then the business intelligence. Where are we storing it and how are we making it business ready for us? Next slide. So quickly, these are all a few things that go into all of the categories I just talked about, all 7 of them. Data architecture and management, that's your value chain analysis, related architectures, your enterprise architectures, data development, the data analysis, the modeling, your database design, and then ultimately implementing it. Metadata management, again, an architecture component in there, the integration and control and how it's delivered. Database operations management, how are we acquiring it? What happens when something goes wrong? We need to recover stuff. Tuning that data, making sure we have good data tuning, and then retention. How long are we keeping our data? Some data maybe we keep forever. It's really critical data. We never want to get rid of it. Some of it we can kind of make some general trend ideas about, and we don't need to keep each individual piece of data, but we can generally make some assessments from it. So how long is that data going to live? Your quality management, what are the specifications? What are we going to identify as critical pieces that have to be in every data piece that we collect that gives us that assurance that it's good data? How do we analyze and measure that? How do we make sure that that is actually being done and that the data we're getting is good data? And then looking for ways to improve. Same thing in your security management. You want to have those standards. What makes it secure? What is the qualification before I accept data maybe from a third party that would make it secure to me? How is it administered? Is it authenticated? And then also doing an audit on yourself and your security measures. Make sure that that you have good security measures in place that are doing what they're supposed to do. And then the warehouse and business intelligence. What's that architecture look like? How are we saving and storing all of our data? How are we implementing the data structure? Are we watching it? And really important, do we have good training and support? Not all of us are data experts. Not all of us have data management backgrounds, but we all use data. So understanding how it's structured, why we store it in a certain place, how do I access it, that we're very informed on that is really important. Next slide. Okay, lots of stuff going on. We've talked about a lot of data. We talked really high level here about this data governing, which seems a little daunting. How do we do this? How do I implement this today? Next slide. All right, we do it the lean way. We do not need to make this super complex for everybody. We can start by understanding why are we collecting the data? What is the business decisions that we're using this data for? It's a really important effort to keep your eye on the financial reasons that we're doing this. If it's saving lives, if it's making traffic move faster, if it's just optimizing an invoice in a consulting company, what are we trying to do with the data? And then making sure that we're really only collecting the data we need. We need to reduce the volume. We talked about how much data is going to be generated, and not all that data is necessary. So making sure that we're getting the data we need to create the business impact that we're looking to make. Implementing the right data and analytic governances, looking at what we're collecting and how do we make sure that we're governing and making sure it's safe and secure and it's what we need and it's stored appropriately. Having a flexible architecture. You want to be having as much consistency in your data so it's reusable and adaptable to your new circumstances. We want to make sure we have automation and embedded rules for data. Having to go back and fix your state route to S.R. or SR, or not using hyphens between numbers, and state route 6 isn't state route -6. You want to make that an automated process. That's a lot of work. And the less you and I have to work at managing data, the better we will be at managing data. Also promoting self-organizing and governing teams. It's really helpful to have internal people who are kind of managing their stuff. You know what your data is, and more importantly, you know what you need it to do. So having some self-organization and ways that you can do things to validate the system helps. And then having that ongoing learning and refinement. We want to make sure that once we get real data in our systems, that we're looking back to see, is there an opportunity to do something different or better? What do we need to tweak to make it even more streamlined and easy? Or are things working well? Are we getting good metrics? We feel confident with our data and our business decisions really feel validated. Next slide. All right, so going into all that, that was a lot of stuff. Let's talk about how we can maybe do this broken down in the traditional engineering space of planning and design, building and implementing, and then the maintenance of our system. So let's dive right into planning and design. Excellent. All right, so the big thing here is you need to know what you actually have, and that is all of your assets, not just data that maybe is being generated on a road or in a spreadsheet, but every possible place. This may be talking to people and finding out what lives in their heads. It may be on somebody's spreadsheet, in an office, on a different computer. We want to make sure that you really have a good understanding of all of the data that's available to you. Oftentimes data lives in silos. So somebody over in one department's collecting data, somebody in another department's collecting the same data. We want to understand that that's the circumstance. Understanding your data maturity is really important. You have to understand who your people are, what policies exist, and what's the capabilities that you have at your disposal. And then from that, we're going to develop a strategic plan. What are we going to do? Implement that plan, and then have those data standards. Next slide. So where to start for that whole process is that understanding of where you are. And a really great way to do that is a data capability maturity model. So in the graphic, you can kind of see there's a like spider web looking thing. All the green lines are where this organization wants to be with their data. They want to have good, strong data policies. They want to have good outreach. They want to have knowledge of the management. So you can see kind of where they're trying to be. The blue on the inside is where they feel they are today. So you can start to see where there's some gaps that they could maybe easily attain, and those that maybe they're a little far off and they really need to do some work. Perhaps organizational and strategic data, they have a pretty big gap there. Same with policy. So they want to really look at those opportunities. The items in orange are what this individual organization chose to kind of focus in on, because you can't do everything. You're not going to be able to tackle all of it. So focusing in on where you are, where you want to be, and what your skills are that you need to get there really helps. And that's that organizational gaps. So are there people, policies, procedures that you need to tweak to get you from where you are to where you want to be? And then another big thing you can just do is explore your data sets and understand them. What are you collecting? What are all those little nuanced points that come in that maybe you didn't really think it had any value, but understanding that you're collecting them might reveal something later. Next slide. All right, so building and implementing, this is a big part. So you do need to assess your organizational structure and skill set. You really do need to understand that there are some groups that are really going to be data awesome. They're ready, they're good, they can manage their data. There's going to be some people in your organization that this is really foreign and an uncomfortable area. So who needs some more training? Who needs help? What kind of structures do you need to put in place to really help and augment to address this new skill set? We talked about early on, I mean, most of us had little knowledge, or some knowledge maybe, of big data. Very few of us had any AI or machine learning knowledge. So some of us are at a disadvantage, and that's okay because it's a learning opportunity. You want to also align with your IT strategic plan. Fine and dandy for you to come up with your data governances, but if IT has a different game plan and you're not aligned, you guys are not going to be on the same page. And you want to make sure that you are, because IT supports all of what we do. Understanding your business intelligence capabilities. So going back to that machine learning AI, what are we trying to do with this stuff? How can we make things better? What can I do that's going to bring business decisions into the forefront of what we're doing with this data? So you may have some high capable people, you may have some low capable people, and maybe as an enterprise, your capabilities are low and you can get some training in there to kind of expedite to that next level. Developing and integrating that data warehouse. Where is your data going to live? How is it going to get stored is really important. Again, a lot of us have a bunch of spreadsheets sitting on our computer desk, or it lives up in our head. We want to make sure that data is in a good place for easy access so we can manage it and maintain it, keep it secure, and keep it in that good category that our data governances are going to set us up for. And then finally, standardize your data for this new system. What are we going to say is good data? Make sure you've got good standards written down that everybody's on the same page with. That makes it easy for the new system to hit the ground running once it's built. Next. All right, final slide here. And I will take questions. I hope some people have some questions that I can help them address, but you got to maintain your system. It's great to have these ideas and it's great to build it. If you're not maintaining it, it is going to fall apart or have issues. So one of the things to do is have a change management plan. You want to have resistant management strategies so that things are not going to be, oh, we're going to do it for a little while, it got hard. You want to reinforce some of your mechanisms. What are you doing and why? Having a good, effective communication plan is critical here. This is a big undertaking and foreign to a lot of us on this webinar. So you want to make sure people understand what you're doing and why. The why is so important here. And then having feedback and metrics. You want to know if it's actually working. So double check that if you said we're going to use SR and not S.R, that that's actually being done. And that we're seeing, okay, we were at 60% of our data was coming in that way. Now it's 80% or 90%. So we understand that these metrics and these governing elements are being worked on and being applied appropriately. A big thing that can help you is really getting that executive level buy-in. When the executives buy in and it is part of the policy of the corporation or the organization, it makes it so much easier. It helps with rollout, it can help with ongoing operations, and most importantly, it's enforcement. When the big boss says, this is what we're doing, this is important, everybody tends to fall in line with that. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Akanak, as the moderator, please put your questions in the chat box. And while we find the chat box. While we're waiting on that, I've got a question for you, Meredith. So I know a lot of local agencies are understaffed and don't have, or they're not trained to manage big data and secure it. What are some recommendations you have for local agencies to not only use their data, but also keep it safe so that it's not creating a security issue for the city that they work in?
That's a great question. So I think most people don't have enough staff to really, or feel like they don't have enough staff to really take that on. I think the first thing that you do is find out what you have, because you have no idea if you don't know what you have, you can't figure out what the next steps are. I think recognizing that you're not in the minority, most agencies don't have a great grasp of their governing policies. I know big DOTs are starting to really embrace this, getting ready for some of the connected vehicle data, but you do want to take some steps. So understanding what you have, and then looking at kind of that data maturity model of where do you want to be? What's kind of the goal? And setting up those business decisions that you're going to be making from the data early on. Teaming up with your IT, if you're not in constant or at least regular communication with IT about your data, it's a good place to start. Get familiar with how they operate, what their expectations are. Oftentimes, there is a lot of data governance in the IT world, and you and I don't necessarily see it on the front end. Does that address the question?
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to check the chat box as well, but thank you. It's definitely a challenge with local agencies, just with funding, and they just want to have the people. Like I said, I didn't realize how much data has been created in the last 2 years. That's 90%. That's crazy.
Scary.
As scary as it's just going to get worse as more and more.
And that's why it's good to get in front of it now. If we can start looking at what we're getting, and then really maybe getting rid of some data that we don't need as much.
Yeah.
But any step you take as an agency or an organization is a good step.
I've got a question from Stephen here. Do you feel that the early API guidelines are the first step for any new program integration?
Can you repeat the question one time?
Sure. Do you feel that the early API guidelines are the first step for any new program integration?
I don't think I'm familiar with the early API guidelines, but I would say that any sort of guidelines out there are probably a great first step for people.
Yeah. I've got another question. What about, you mentioned briefly about the fuzzy logic in transportation sometimes, like how can traffic engineers better understand what they're designing? Like the fuzzy logic, the black box, and for ramp metering or adaptive signal control. A lot of times we're designing the system, but we don't know what it's actually doing. We just have to trust the vendor that it's going to work.
Yeah, so there's a lot of AI information, machine learning techniques that are out there, and it's really good just to get familiar with them. Fuzzy logic is one that just kind of is it's kind of how I think how some of us live in our world. It's good enough, it's close, but it's not a hard number necessarily. So it's kind of bounded metrics. So just understanding what fuzzy logic is so that the next time somebody says, yeah, we're using fuzzy logic, I have a better understanding of what that means and if that makes sense. So some of it is just going out on the internet, like for example, that cheat sheet I found that kind of can walk you through some opportunities there, and finding what are some of these AI and machine learning algorithms that are in existence, and maybe a little bit about how they apply. It can be extremely daunting when you start going into these pathways. So just try to keep yourself at a high level because you can get really lost in the details. And I don't know that we as engineers and who are maybe using the black box where we're putting in the data and we're getting an answer, we don't need to maybe understand all the nuances there, but we do need to understand that if I put in A, this is kind of how it's going to get manipulated or looked at, and it's going to give me B. So to understand kind of how it's working is, I think, the most important part, not the nuance of all the details of it's pulling from here and it's taking this information and learning from that, but just the general kind of space.
Yeah, that makes sense. Looking for more questions. So what systems and models are being developed to fill the holes in load data availability for pedestrian, bicycle, and freight modes? You can read.
I wish I knew it all is being developed out there. There's a lot, I can say a lot in the video detection space. I was at TRB 2 years ago, and there was a big workshop on all of the different algorithms that are being used that are really fine tuning what we're seeing in video detection that can really highlight what the differences are between things. So there's big advancements in how the process in the background works to understand this is a bike, and this is a car, and this is a person, and this is a shadow, or this is a dog running across the street. So it's happening. I don't have all those details yet.
All right, I got a question from Peter Kaufman. Said, what risk exists given the rapid proliferation of data? You referenced the challenges in having staff process such a wealth of data, but are there technical challenges in storage capacity, data transmission, et cetera? Small scale version of the issue. But
that's a lot. There's a lot there.
Yeah.
So yes, there's a lot of risk. We are generating, like we talked about earlier, a lot of data, and it's coming in really fast. And it's, you don't want to get rid of data that you might need later. I know there's kind of a tendency for that. So understanding, I think it still goes back to understanding what you're trying to do with your data and what you have, and start small. Pick one small space to start looking at before we dive into trying to manage everything. And then recognizing that we're going to have that feedback loop, like you're going to make a mistake and maybe you need some other data that you aren't having collected anymore. I mean, everything's still going to be generated. It's just maybe what you're really using and honing in on. So there is definitely a lot of risks. I think some of the other risks are with individual people, making sure that the policies and procedures you have in play are really understood for what the business purpose is and why we're doing things. If people don't understand them, they may go and do something a little bit different, or not fully comprehend how a small thing that they do has a much bigger impact on the system and the data that's being generated.
Okay. Yeah, there's a
training
lot.
is big. I think training is a big part of this.
Yep, training and just being aware of what's out there.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned AI and machine learning. How do you think that's going to change transportation in the future? What's the biggest thing it'll change? Self-driving cars, or what do you think? I know it's a
that's a big question. Yeah, I think you're going to see, self-driving cars, but I think the bigger opportunities that we have with AI and machine learning is making our jobs easier. If we have repetitive tasks that we're doing, or data that we're collecting, and maybe we don't even realize what all it can be telling us, some of those algorithms can be used to kind of reveal some things, see some trends that we didn't look at or see maybe in our spreadsheet, because it's a lot of data and we're not looking at all these nuances. So those can be applied to say, maybe every Tuesday at 2:15, something is happening on the road, and understanding then, in particular, if you start layering data, what that something is that we can then address and maybe course correct or find a better modification tool. If it's an incident that keeps happening, or a near miss scenario, I know that's a big thing that's kind of coming, is, near misses that we can't capture today. Understanding what is creating those near misses and addressing that from a safety perspective.
Totally agree. We have any other questions? Oh, I guess we got one more from Jeff Hammond. Okay. Jeff Hammond says, our city council has been reluctant to allow some of the off-the-shelf traffic data collection applications due to privacy data security issues. Besides saying, trust us, are there any independent resources which we can help alleviate these concerns?
That's a good question. Yeah, the trust us is scary. I think if you have metrics that the city has defined and says, this is what we expect from our data, this is the security we expect, and having kind of a hands-on approach to that, because a lot of off-the-shelf collection, maybe they keep all the data and you can get access to it. Maybe you want more. maybe you want to really understand more about what the data looks like so that you can use it with the trust that they're implying is there. Independent resources, again, I think it's an education thing of just understanding what opportunities are out there. But if you can set up some of your own policies and procedures with an IT department, you can probably help negotiate that where council members will feel better. IT has already structured, these are our criteria. This client meets these criteria. We feel that this is an acceptable trust level. And that can help with convincing city council that this is an okay opportunity. And making sure that you have addressed anything that is privacy or security related on the upfront can be very beneficial.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Going once. I don't see any other questions. So thank you again, Meredith. It was a very informative presentation. I really enjoyed it.
Well, thank you. And I hope everyone got some knowledge out of this and feels a little bit more confident about big data and most importantly, how we can manage and govern our data. Thank you.
Let's see. With that, we've got a 5-minute break and then we'll wade into the traffic bowl, the first ever virtual traffic bowl. So fingers crossed it's going to go well. I think it will, but it'll be a little different this year.
Hey, Luke, this is Steve. Can the few of us that are actually doing the traffic bowl kind of take these few minutes to make sure we're all working?
Yep. Yeah, Trey just sent me a text. He said everybody, all the students are online, but I'll double check that right now too. So. So I've got during the break, I have a little icebreaker question.
I have the definitions of each category that I'll have ready to go, and
Okay.
I'll let the students introduce themselves. I would just introduce the schools by the entry. But are we going to introduce all 4 schools to start with, or just by the 2 rounds?
It doesn't matter to me either way. We can do it all up front.
Okay.
All schools.
So we'll start with Memphis, the UTK, then Tennessee Tech, then Vanderbilt.
Hey, Luke,
Yep.
do you mind if I go ahead and share the screen? That way I have everything set up.
Sure. Yep. Let me stop sharing and give you control. I may have to make you a co-host again. Let me see.
And Luke, all those directions that you sent out, was that from you or from International or anybody? Who did those?
That was international.
It was funny because on page 6, everyone was spelled 3 different ways.
That was not me.
Typical engineer. See.
All right, Trey, I just made you a co-host.
Look good.
Can y'all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool.
Hey Trey, it's Amy.
Yes,
Can I test my sounds real quick?
sure, go ahead.
Okay. Wrong answer. Did you hear that?
I did not hear that.
I did not.
Okay. Let me see. Anybody hear that one?
I did not.
Okay. It's something
yeah.
with playing the sound, me allowing the Zoom to hear my sound playing through my computer. I'll do some looking and try
I
to
was
fix that.
also gonna suggest, if you're not able to play it through the computer, you could possibly have the WAV file on your phone and just play it close to the screen. I've had to do that before.
I'm afraid I'm not
Or,
going to navigate well between them on my phone, but I think what I'll do is call in with my phone and let my phone pick up the sound from my computer.
Okay.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. Seems easier that way.
And just so we get our final ducks in a row, Brian, you're going to be playing the final Jeopardy music.
Yep.
Okay.
And let's go ahead and test that now while we got a quick moment, just to make sure it's still working. Let's see. Did that work?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And we're giving them 12 seconds for the questions and then 60 seconds for final, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
It's going to be 12 seconds from the end of your statement, Steve. And
Okay.
then when they buzz in, they have 12 seconds to answer.
And I can leave my mic on the whole time, right? I don't have to mute and unmute.
That's correct. That would be too much on you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Amy, were you able to get the sounds?
I just dialed in, but the number, I think I may have used the wrong one that only allows me to be an attendee, not a participant. I'm looking for the new number.
And Luke, we've got a question from Vanderbilt in chat.
I'd say let's go ahead and do all panelists and attendees. That way everyone can see who's buzzing in.
I agree. I was just typing that. Yeah, I agree, Brian. Amy, I just made you a co-host. I don't know if that will help with the sound issue. But you're a panelist, so you should be able to do sound.
Yeah, I think there's something to do with how I can allow Zoom to pick up the sound of my computer.
Okay. So it worked on Tuesdays.
I
Already
was
did.
dialed in. I know, I was dialed in on my phone and on my laptop. So
Okay.
that's what I'm gonna do. I was trying to not do that, but no problem.
Okay.
Unless Nathan's got it all figured out and he can control the sounds. Oh, was that Nathan?
It was. I've got that. I've got the sounds up if I need to. And that question on the daily doubles, we don't know. Amy and I don't know which one's the daily doubles. Is somebody else going to play that? To know which one's the daily doubles, Trey or Brian?
Yeah, I can play that.
Okay. We don't have that information.
Yeah, so Brian is going to be monitoring the chat box and play Final Jeopardy and Daily Double. And then obviously Nathan and Amy, y'all know what to do. And Steve, obviously you know what to do also.
And are we going to see the teams when they make the answer? Is it only going to be the one person that's answering, or how are we going to see the teams?
Yeah, the students, when we start, the students should all be on camera at all times.
And they've designated who's going to give the answer?
Yeah, I think as long as you call on the school, whichever one of them wants to speak up, I think they can decide.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Brian, Nathan, Amy?
Amy, you want to continue to try to call in and do the sounds, or do you want me to try to do it?
Yeah, however you want to do it.
If you can call in, if you want,
Okay, you want me to do that? I will do that.
or I can do it. It doesn't matter.
Worst comes to worst, you guys can just go ding, ding, ding.
I've got them up, so it doesn't matter whatever you want to do. So.
Hey, Brian. Chat box question in regards to, can multiple people send in their school name or just one?
Yeah, anyone can.
Okay.
So if you all think you have the answer and you want to send it in right away, whatever shows up first after I tell you to go is the one that will get called on. So the more of you do it, probably the better chance you'll have.
I was going to get started, but I think Steve walked away. So.
So last question, everything on my screen looks good. It's just showing the quiz and the clock. Right? Okay, cool. I don't want to look like an idiot out there.
Looks good to me. All right, Trey, you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone. I'm going to introduce Trey as our first, this is the first time as the Traffic Bowl Committee Chair. Greg Judy's moved on up to Southern District. Well, glad to have Trey take over this position. Trey's going to kind of introduce the teams, introduce the overall game format and the kind of some of the brief rules. So I'll turn it over to you now, Trey.
Yeah, so thanks, Luke. There's going to be 4 teams that are participating, that being Memphis, University of Memphis, University of Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee Tech University, and Vanderbilt University. First 2 games are Memphis versus UTK. The second being Tennessee Tech versus Vanderbilt. First 2 games are just 1 round with a final jeopardy at the end. And then the championship round with the winners from the first 2 games will be 2 rounds with a final jeopardy. There's a chat box that we would like for the, yes. Okay. There's a chat box that we would like for the attendees to pull up, because that way you can actually see who buzzes in. We've already gone over the rules with the teams in regards to them actually buzzing in for the question. The countdown, it's gone up from 10 seconds to 12 seconds. And the 12-second clock will start immediately after Steve reads out the answer. And another 12 will start once a team buzzes in. And with that being said, I just want to say a special thanks to Steve Allen for being the MC, Brian Bartnick for helping out tremendously, Luke Dixon with helping out, and Amy and Nathan being judges. That's all I got.
So you ready for me to take over? Let's go.
Yep.
Mine need to take a short moment of silence for Alex Trebek, who I'm not. But we're going to have some fun. So schools, just relax. Let's have a good time. We're going to go through first and do introductions of the teams. So I'm going to announce the university, and then I want each of you to announce who you are and where you're from. So first, the University of Memphis.
All right. Hi, I'm Jake Milligan. I'm the student chapter vice president at the University of Memphis, and I'm from Memphis and currently in graduate school.
Hi, I'm Logan Serbal. I am currently at Memphis. I'm an undergraduate senior, and I am from Memphis.
Hello, I'm Rodrigo Ibarra. I'm an undergraduate senior at the University of Memphis, and it's nice to be here.
We couldn't see you, Rodrigo. And is Lauren there as an alternate?
Yes, sir. I'm an alternate.
Just wanted to know if you wanted to introduce yourself.
My name is Lauren. Sorry. My name is Lauren. I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Memphis. I'm the secretary for our chapter of IT, and I'm an alternate, and I'm from DeSoto, which is North Mississippi.
Very good. Next will be from the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. Please introduce yourself.
My name is John Stanford. I'm from Jackson, Tennessee. I'm a first semester master's student at UT. I'm excited to participate.
Hi, my name is Jing Guo, and I'm a second year PhD student from UTK.
Hello, my name is Yang Sun. I am a second year PhD student, and my major is transportation. And I work as webmaster for our university IT.
You're going to have to make some adjustments to your system because you're having so much feedback. If you have an answer, we won't be able to understand it. So see if you can work on your.
Hi, I'm Saurabh.
Whatever you're using.
I'm from UTK. I am currently doing master's. Thank you.
Very good. That worked. We're going to go ahead and introduce the students. Is your alternate there? UTK?
Yes.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm the alternative. I just introduced myself. I'm Jean.
Thank you. Next up will be Tennessee Tech.
I'm Tyler Stanifer. I'm an undergraduate senior, and I'm from Knoxville.
I'm Michael Masakio. I'm an undergraduate senior from Tech, and Nick and I are sharing a computer for this contest.
Okay, thank you. And Vanderbilt, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Caroline. I'm a first-year master's student. Excited to be here.
Hi, I'm Nisha. I'm a senior undergrad, and I'm also excited to be here.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm also a senior undergrad at Vanderbilt, and yeah, excited to start.
All right, so we're going to get ready for the first round. So the first round will be University of Memphis versus the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. You'll see on your screen the 5 categories. Let me provide you with a brief description of each one of those. Under Webster's HCM, these are highway capacity manual terms. Don't play in traffic. Elements of conducting traffic studies from the Traffic Engineering Handbook. Cyber ITE, terms used by international ITE. Law and order. Wait a minute, I'm skip one. LOS, SOS is elements of level of service methodology. And the final category will be law and order, laws and enforcements within transportation. We did a drawing for these matchups, and we also did the drawing for who has control of the board. You know, are we going to do any test questions, Luke? We're ready to go.
No, I think we're ready to go.
Okay. University of Memphis won the draw. You now control the board.
All right, let's do Webster's HCM for 200.
The answer is, this is the single time duration during which a capacity analysis is performed on a system element. So we didn't have anybody that knew that the question. The question is, what is an analysis period? Memphis, you still control the board.
Not working. Webster's HCM for 100, please.
The answer is, this is the distance in feet between 2 successive vehicles in a lane measured from the same common feature of the vehicles. UTK.
What is headway?
Waiting on the judge's ding or buzz.
UTK.
Our answer is what is the spacing, right? Can you help me?
The answer is what is spacing?
Yes, the answer is what is spacing.
Okay. All right, guys, we did not hear any dings or buzzers on my end to recognize.
Memphis did also not get to answer.
Okay. So we'll try the next category. Memphis, you still control the board.
Hey, so the first answer that I heard was, what is headway? Is that from UTK?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And I never heard anything to recognize the second team, so I didn't know if Memphis was trying to answer or not. Okay, Memphis, you control the board.
Okay. Let's do don't play in traffic for 200.
The answer is, this reference manual documents the specifics of most data collection procedures. All right. The question is, what is the manual on transportation engineering studies? Memphis, you still control?
Let's do don't play in traffic for 100.
The answer is, this type of study utilizes critical rates, severity indexes, and a typical 3-year data average. The question is, what are crash studies? All right, we're going to get warmed up here in a minute. Memphis, go ahead.
Level of service for 400.
The answer is, gap acceptance defines the primary operating characteristics of this type of intersection. Question is, what is two-way stop control? Memphis, control the board.
Law and order for 200.
The answer is, this is the model set of laws for vehicle and traffic regulations to enhance standardization among states. Uniformity is the key. Memphis.
What is the MUTCD? Okay.
Tennessee, you want to try? Okay, the question is, what is the uniform vehicle code? Memphis, you control the board.
LOS SOS for 200.
The answer is one of the 3 major elements affecting driving performance. Memphis.
What is perception reaction time?
Tennessee, you want to try? What are the vehicle, the roadway environment, and the driver? That was a trick question. I didn't even get that one. So we're off to a blazing start, guys. All right, Memphis, try another one.
Cyber ITE for 400.
There we go. The answer is this membership level is free the first year. Now, before anybody answers, I saw Memphis popped up on my screen and then UT popped up next. So I don't know what just happened. Judges, I need a ruling.
I didn't
Memphis
see it.
buzzed first, so.
Go ahead.
I think they buzzed in before.
Memphis buzzed in before Brian said go. Is that correct? No. So does Memphis control?
Yeah, Memphis was the first to buzz in after I put go in there.
Hey, Memphis.
What is undergraduate student ITE membership?
Correct. Woohoo! We're on the board. We're ready to go now, Memphis. You control.
Let's do cyber ITE for 200.
The answer is the Institute's long-running and most recognizable monthly technical publication. Memphis.
What is ITE journal?
That is correct. Memphis, you control the board.
LOS SOS for 100.
The answer is Signalize LOS is based on one of these three input data requirements. What are geometric conditions, traffic characteristics, or signal control data? Memphis, you still control the board.
100. Cyber ITE for 100.
Answer is, this event was held virtually by multiple ITE student chapters on February 19th and 20th. Memphis.
What is the Student Leadership Summit?
Did you hear the? I rang the dinger. It was a correct answer.
Yeah, Nathan, it's very faint.
Okay.
And I'm hearing the dinger sometimes and then hearing another sound following it. So it's a little hard to pick up. But Memphis, that was correct. You control the board.
Let's do Law and Order for 100.
Originally passed in 1990, this act, which is managed by the U.S. Access Board, sets guidelines for equal access design. Tennessee.
What is the Americans with Disabilities Act?
Correct answer.
That is correct. Tennessee, you control the board.
Webster's HCM for 300, please.
Answer is, this is the number of users desiring service on the system during a specific time period. Tennessee popped up first. Tennessee.
What is demand?
Correct.
Okay, now we have a race. Tennessee, you control the board. Tied up 300 each.
Webster's HCM for 400, please.
Answer is, this is the sum of the time required to serve passengers at transit stops and the time to open and close the vehicle doors. What is dwell time? Tennessee, you're still in control.
Webster's HCM for 500, please.
Answer is, this is the process of modifying model parameters to ensure that the model realistically represents the field measured environment. Tennessee.
What is calibration?
Correct.
All right. Last answer in that category. Tennessee, you still in control?
Don't play in traffic for 300, please.
Answer is, this type of study for an intersection helps determine lengths of turn bays. Tennessee.
What is turning movement count?
Memphis. What is vehicle queue length? Tennessee, you still control the board?
Don't play in traffic for 400, please.
The answer is, used for calibration and capacity analysis, this type of data can be field measured to more accurately predict local conditions. Question is, what is saturation flow? Tennessee.
Don't play in traffic for 500, please.
Answer is, to minimize accuracy problems, these should be avoided when placing count tubes in the roadway for traffic counts. Question is, what are intersections or driveways? That's into that category, 3 categories to go. Tennessee, you control the board.
LOS SOS for 300, please.
The answer is, one of the 3 measures of effectiveness defining 2-lane highway performance. What are average travel speed, percent time spent following, or percent of free flow speed? You only needed 1 of 3. Come on, guys. Girls. Tennessee, you control the board.
LOS SOS 500, please.
Answer is, one of the 3 geometric characteristics affecting weaving area level of service. What is weave length, width, or configuration? Tennessee, control the board. 2 categories remaining.
Cyber ITE. 300, please.
The answer is the common name for the specialized groups that all ITE members may join. Safety and complete streets are examples. Memphis,
What are committees?
Tennessee, do you want to try? The question is, what are ITE councils? All right, 4 answers remaining. Tennessee, you still control the board.
Law and order for 300, please.
Answer is a special use lane. This type of designated lane is set aside to maximize people carrying capacity, not vehicles. I just saw Memphis. Brian, is that correct? Okay, Memphis.
What is high occupancy vehicle lane?
Correct.
All right, with 3 answers remaining, the score 300 to 500. Memphis, you control the board.
Let's do law and order for 400.
Answer is currently a hot topic in Tennessee. This technique uses automated technology to enforce driver compliance at traffic signals. Watch out, they're watching. Memphis,
What are camera traps?
Amy, you want to weigh in on that one?
Incorrect.
Tennessee.
What is the image capture technology to detect and cite motorists, right?
Would you say your answer again?
What is the image capture technology to detect and cite motorists? Yes, image capture technology.
Image camera technology?
Yes.
So what is red light running enforcement? So that was a positive, that was a yes from the judges.
Hold on 1 second.
Because the other one had camera also.
Give us just a second. We're gonna talk about this one. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That's the wrong answer. Apologize.
All right, we've got 2 answers remaining and the score is closed. Memphis, you're in control of the board.
Let's do cyber ITE.
Answer is daily double. Ding, 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 ding. There we go. We got the real thing. Attaboy, Brian. All right. So under the daily double, you can actually wager up to 500. Memphis is wagering 500, and the answer is this is the Institute's mobile and web-based platform for social technical transfer and social media. You have 12 seconds. Take a guess. What is ITE community? It's all right. Here we go. Memphis, last answer is, these are deployed to better manage the enforcement of freight carrying trucks. There's no waiting in line. Memphis?
What are automatic weighing systems?
Correct. What is weigh in motion?
All right, so that finishes the final category. The end of this round, Memphis has 400, UTK has 100. It will be time for you to actually make your wager, put that wager on something that we will be able to reveal after the time is up. You will also text that wager to Brian. You will also text him your question. Are we clear? Final Jeopardy answer is, category is roadway design. It is factors used in the roadway design process. Once you have the answer, you have 60 seconds for the answer. The answer is 3 of the 4 types of sight distance conditions used for roadway design. Good luck. There we go.
And an extra 10 seconds.
All right, can't do it without the music. Great job, team. All right, so first we go to University of Tennessee. You will reveal your question before the wager. And I only see Memphis on the board. How can we don't do that yet? Okay, that's their answer. That's their question. Is that the actual question? Okay. What are passing, stopping, intersection, and decision sight distances? Tennessee, what was your question?
You can go ahead and say it too.
Okay, what is passing, stopping, and intersection sight distances?
That is correct. What was your wager?
Was 100.
Okay. Memphis, reveal your question.
So we did passing, stopping, and decision sight distance with a wager of 100.
This is what are.
Very good. That is correct. With a 100 wager, Memphis wins the first round with a score of 500 to 200. Congratulations, Memphis. Thank you, Tennessee, for participating. We will take a few minutes to get ready for our next round between Tennessee Tech and Vanderbilt. Memphis, you can go relax for a few minutes before the final round. Thanks again.
Thank you, Ryan. We just wanted to clarify a few things before we got in. For the Final Jeopardy, before we get the answer, i.e. the question, should we send our wagers in? And if so, who do we send them to?
Yep. When that category's up, we're going to ask you for your wagers. And after Steve gives that description, if you want to send that to me, just send a direct message through the chat box here.
And then should we do the same with our Final Jeopardy answers before they're revealed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. And then for the Double Jeopardy, if we wager something and then get it wrong, that'll count as negative points towards us, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think Memphis might have not gotten negative points for that. No ill will towards Memphis. Love Memphis dearly. But just wanted to mention that when they wagered 500, I don't think they got that taken off from their score.
Trey, did you notice that? I was too busy watching the chat box to look at scores, to be honest.
I thought that it was already taken off.
It might have been, and I just didn't notice. I just wanted to ask for the clarification. So thank you for the help.
With all the folks watching, if I'm sure someone caught that. Someone wasn't as distracted as I was. So we've got a couple saying that they didn't. So they were at. So that would put them at negative 100 then for the Final Jeopardy.
That would be correct. So if that's correct, they actually could not compete for the Final Jeopardy question. Tennessee would have been the winner. We may have had our first major. We can start over. All right, judges, y'all gonna have to jump in there and tell us what we need to do.
I missed it, but I think Amy might have saw it. She said that she messaged me. I don't know if Amy, you want to comment on it?
I think it was not taken away because they never reached above 500 points to have dropped down to only 100.
Steve Bryan sent an interesting in chat, says invite UTK back in the final round. We would have 3 teams in the final round. I would be okay with that. But we need a unanimous decision.
Is anybody else in the audience, did they capture that?
All three people at TTU saw no change in score.
Yeah, and we've got two.
Prior to Final Jeopardy, it looked like the score should have been negative 100 to 100 in favor of UTK.
I'm okay with inviting them back if Amy is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's my call, but yes, it's fine with me. What do the game runners say? Brian and Trey.
Yep, you're right.
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm still on the call, although I've zoned out for the last few minutes, so I missed that. Could y'all fill me in?
Yeah, I think based on that, I think it's fair to bring UT back for the final round. But
Can you turn that up? Can TTU make a quick question? Just as a neutral observer, as someone who wasn't in that game, we are a little just questioning. Bringing them back sort of negates the purpose of the first game. So can instead you guys do a tie-breaking question to declare a winner?
Trey, what thoughts do you have?
I see both sides of the view, and by accident, I did not deduct the points, which it would have been negative 100 to 100 prior to Final Jeopardy.
So would it be fair then that because Memphis was negative before the final, they would not have really had a chance to answer the final, so UT would have won, and UT should move forward instead of Memphis?
That would be correct.
Judges, what are your thoughts there then?
I agree with that that approach, as long as we're all certain that that was that the scoring was as such before Final Jeopardy, and I think that we have confirmed that.
I agree.
Nathan, yeah.
Memphis has said they would withdraw in chat.
Thank you, Memphis, and we're sorry for our this virtual game, which we're having to work through all this hardship, and apologize for any inconvenience or in the previous ruling.
So with that, I guess we need to make sure Tennessee hasn't run off. They're still going to be available for the next round. Tennessee, are you still there?
I am. I don't think my teammates are.
Can you get in touch with them? Make sure we'll have enough there for the.
Yes, I just texted all of them, and I'll call them right now.
Okay. We can proceed on to the next round and then just confirm that. So we can have enough there. And again, we apologize. We've never had to go through this, and we didn't pick it up at the time. I would recommend if anybody, any panelist, any attendees sees any error in the scoring along the way, let's correct it at that time. So we're not at the end of the game and realizing there's been a mistake. So, but we apologize to both teams, but we're prepared to move on. Memphis, you do want to maybe stick around just in case Tennessee's down to one team member, whether they want to participate.
Yeah, we apologize for that. And for the whole crowd watching, feel free to hammer the chat box. I know in person we always yell at the judges and give them a hard time, but feel free to do that here. Just hammer that chat box. My eyes are pretty much glued to that, trying to watch the buzzers and all that. So at least I'll see that for sure.
And the other thing, Brian, that it pops up when you hit the go. One time Memphis popped up like for a second, and then UT popped up just in the very next second. So I need to make sure that I don't miss calling the correct team either, because it's not like they're locked completely out because you haven't had a chance to hit done. So I'm trying to catch that along the way. If for any reason I recognize the wrong team, anybody sees that, let's stop it at that point also. We can always wipe out one of the answers and questions than to get at the end and say we had another mistake.
Steve?
Yes.
I might suggest for you, if you open the chat box and not just see it popping up, it might be easier. You can see the timestamp. You can see who comes in first. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to, I can verify it, I guess. I'm trying to watch the answers and
okay.
It's the challenge for me to read the answers and see that bottom, but I can verify it over there. So I've just moved the chat box. Thanks, Amy. Because it's in the way otherwise.
I see. Yeah.
All right, we'll try it like that, and I can see over here if that works.
Okay, I can confirm that we'll have our full team here.
All right, so as we proceed forward, Tennessee has advanced to the final round. Memphis, thank you, great participation, and good luck. We'll see you again on our next team next year. Hope you can make some other meetings, especially our summer meeting if we get to have it. We will proceed on with game B, which will be Tennessee Tech versus Vanderbilt. And hopefully we won't have any of these other little incidences, but if we do, we'll do our best to correct them. So the categories are hustle and bustle. This is general knowledge related to planning and trip generation. Better safe than sorry. Information and techniques utilized to improve roadway safety. Calm before the storm. Applications and techniques used in traffic calming. Fundamental formulas. Determine what is being found in these transportation formulas from the Highway Capacity Manual. If these are formulas, I probably won't be reading those because I know formulas and abbreviations are a little bit different. And about TSITE members, this is information on TSITE that can be found on the About TSITE and Members portion of the website. And then our drawing, Tennessee Tech, control the board. So
real quick before we begin then, with the formula, since Steve's not going to be reading those, as soon as that pops up, I'm going to hit go in the chat box for you guys to buzz in.
Very good. Thank you, Brian. Tech, you control the board.
Fundamental formulas, 500, please.
The answer is?
Oh, that is the directional hourly law. Design directional hourly. Oh, you're muted.
I'm not muted. They haven't hit done yet.
Yeah, you have to hit go, Brian.
They did.
Hit go. See, nothing popped up on my box, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to. All right, so he hit go. So Tennessee Tech, look, it appears buzzed in first.
What is design directional hourly volume? Can you hear me? What is design directional? Can you hear me?
Yes, Michael, we heard you.
Okay.
The board's back open. Vanderbilt.
What is directional design hourly volume? Directional design hourly volume.
Not to mute.
The question is, what is the direct demand volume? You were both very close, and we could hear both of you guys. There's a little lapse for the judges to actually make sure it is the correct question and then provide a response. But we were good on both of those. I'm gonna try this a little bit different and see if it pops up differently. Tennessee Tech, you control the board.
Calm before the storm, 500.
The answer is, these measures are curb extensions at intersections that reduce the roadway width from curb to curb. Tennessee Tech.
What are traffic calming measures?
Waiting for a ding or a buzz from the judges. Vanderbilt, if you want to. Question? Question is, what are neck downs or bulb outs? All right, Tech, you control the board.
Calm before the storm, 100, please.
The answer is, these measures are rounded, raised areas placed across the roadway. What are speed humps or speed lumps? That was so simple, it was scary, right? Just relax. You're
Let's
doing
get
fine. All
same
right.
category, 200.
The answer is, these measures are circular raised islands placed in intersections. What are traffic circles or roundabouts? Tennessee Tech, control.
Okay, same category, 300.
The answer is, these measures are curb extensions or edge islands that alternate from one side of the street to the other to form S-shaped islands.
Vanderbilt, if you're talking, you may be muted.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
What is chicanes?
That's correct.
Supposed to spell that with an S for Steve. All right, Vanderbilt, you control the board.
TSITE members, 500, please.
Answer is, ding, ding, ding. I can't do that music. All right, Vanderbilt, you can actually wager up to 500. Give us your wager. 500, and the answer is the year of TSITE's 50th anniversary.
What is 1980?
2016. It's okay, Vanderbilt, that was bold. You still control the board?
400 in the same category, please.
The TSITE Young Member Award is named after this person. Who is Jack B. Humphreys? Vanderbilt?
Same category, 300.
Answer is, organizations seeking to sponsor TSITE should contact this person. Who is Brandon Baxter? Don't hurt your feelings there, Brandon. Vanderbilt?
200, please.
The answer is the first TSITE president. Who is Earl C. Williams? Vanderbilt?
100, please.
Yeah, wipe out that category. The chair of the Career Development Committee. If you need help, just ask him. Tennessee Tech?
Who is Trey Todd?
Vanderbilt, do you want to try?
If you're talking, you're on mute.
Question is, who is Brian Haas? All right, it wipes out that category. Vanderbilt, you still control the board.
Formulas for 100, please.
Tennessee Tech?
What is the peak hour factor?
That's correct.
Tennessee Tech, control the board.
200, same category. Miles per hour times time. Distance travel.
Vanderbilt?
What is distance?
What is distance in miles? That's correct.
All right. The Tennessee Tech, you weren't muted and you didn't buzz in. So Vanderbilt, you control the board.
We got the point. 300, same category.
Tennessee Tech?
What is space headway?
Vanderbilt, board is open. You buzz in.
What is density?
That's correct.
Vanderbilt, you control the board.
400, please. Same category.
Question is, what is heavy vehicle adjustment factor? Let's get out of that category. That's it. Vanderbilt, you control the board.
Better safe than sorry, 100, please.
Answer is, this calculation measuring crash frequency uses exposure data in the form of traffic volumes or roadway mileage. What is the crash rate analysis? Vanderbilt?
Same category, 200.
Answer is, in the Cabco scale, what does the K represent? Hold on. Don't start the box yet. All right, Vanderbilt?
What is fatalities?
What is a fatal crash?
All right, Vanderbilt, you control.
Same category, 300.
Answer is, crash rates for spots such as intersections are normally expressed in crashes per this, abbreviated MVE. MEV. Question is, what is million entering vehicles? All right. Vanderbilt?
Category 400, please.
Answer is, first envisioned by federal legislation in 1966, Congress created this program aimed at saving lives, abbreviated HSIP. Vanderbilt?
What is highway safety improvement program?
That's correct.
All right, Vanderbilt, control the board.
Same category, 500.
This part of the project development process, the HSM, is used to evaluate the effectiveness of improvements that have been implemented. What is operations and maintenance? Pretty good for that category. I'm over the safety office. I'm not too disappointed. All right. Vanderbilt, control the board.
Hustle and bustle, 100, please.
Answer is the largest and oldest urban activity center. What is the CBD? Central Business District. Vanderbilt?
Same category, 200.
The answer is the type of data collection effort used to estimate the amount of people entering and leaving a defined area like the CBD. What is a cordon count?
Same category, 300.
The answer is the step of the site impact analysis process predicting the amount of demand traveling to and from a project. Tennessee Tech?
What is a trip generation?
Distribution.
That is correct.
Correct.
Tennessee Tech, you control the board.
Calm before the storm, 400.
Answer is a term used to describe the reduction in number of lanes or lane width to calm traffic or improve bike ped access. Tennessee Tech?
What is traffic calming?
Vanderbilt, do you want to buzz in?
What is a road diet?
That is correct.
Vanderbilt, you control the board. 2 answers left.
All both right.
Hustle and bustle 400, please.
Answer is the fact used during site impact analysis to account for the effective alternative methods of travel like transit ridership. What is mode split? And the final answer this round is mixed use developments encourage this type of trip share between adjacent uses, resulting in a reduction of outside trips. What are internal trips or capture trips? That's the end of that round. The score at the end of that round is 1,400 or minus 1,400 for Tennessee Tech, Vanderbilt 800. Tech, you can't wager positive, but we will go ahead and go into the final Jeopardy question answer and let that exercise happen. So, correct? We're going to do that, right?
Yeah, we're still going to do the question just for fun.
Okay. So go ahead and take time and put down your wager, put it on a piece of paper, and also text it to Brian. Once we get to the answer and he hits go, you will have 6 minutes to actually provide the question. You'll write that down and also text it to Brian. The category is menu TCD. The description is general information found in the manual uniform traffic control devices. And we will start the answer or the time now.
I'm sorry, we don't have the question.
Just another small.
They have, hey, they have 30 seconds to actually wager, and once they come in is when we reveal the question. Then they have 60 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Make sure you got your wager in, then we'll start over. Guys, this is a whole lot more fun when we're in person. Like the rest of life.
We're good. We can go ahead.
You got all 3 wagers. Okay. The answer is, before we start the timer, Menu TCD has these 3 levels of guidance for implementing traffic control measures. Good luck. Is that the time, Brian?
It should be, yep.
All right, we'll go to Tennessee Tech and reveal your question, please.
We didn't get an answer, a question.
All right. Did you wager all of it?
Ye-
I'm picking.
yes.
All right, Vanderbilt.
What is standard guidance and
Standard guidance and what?
support? Oh, maybe it's not support.
What's your final answer?
Yes.
Standard option and support.
We were looking for shall, should, and may, standard guidance or option. What was the wager, Vanderbilt?
10 points.
Good job. All right. Vanderbilt won that round. So we will proceed on with the final of Vanderbilt versus University of Tennessee at Knoxville. Tennessee Tech, thank you for your participation. We look forward to you doing it again. We're happy that both of these teams are being active again, and we'd like to see you at some of our meetings. All right, just
Sounds good. Thank you.
give us a couple of minutes. We'll be ready to go. Tennessee, you need to be preparing for the final round. We're doing a 10-minute break.
Hey, Brian and Trey, what do y'all think about not doing 2 rounds for the final round? I'm a little behind here on time. It's taking a little longer than we planned, so we get us caught up. Doing 1 game instead of 2. Any thoughts?
My thought is that yes, strapped with time, we should do 1, but I believe since we already let the teams know that we were going to do 2 rounds, that they should agree upon it to only do 1.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we can let them vote.
All right, well, we're just doing 1 then.
Awesome.
Let's see, are we all here but Steve? Oh, hey Steve. Trey, are you still good?
Yeah. Hey, Steve.
Yes.
So with the time constraints, we originally said we were going to be playing 2 games in the Final Jeopardy. Both teams have agreed to only play 1 game. So you're going to be referring to game D that has
Gotcha.
Jeopardy.
Thank you. All right, I'm ready.
See if judges are ready.
I'm ready.
Cool. Brian, you want to draw out of the hat to see who goes first?
Yep. Here's my hat. 2 teams.
All right. Championship round. We've determined that we're going to only have 1 round due to time constraints. Apologize for that. It's been a little bit harder than we thought, but we'll proceed. We'll have 1 round and then 1 final Jeopardy question. So Vanderbilt, you've won. You control the board. Wait a minute.
Could you explain the categories briefly?
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
I said if y'all were on your toes. The categories are, there's your sign. These are menu TCD requirements related to sign characteristics and placement. Signal warrants 101. General knowledge of signal warrants as per the menu TCD. Safety first. Safety related items discussed in the Highway Safety Manual. TV movie cars. Name the famous car from the given movie or TV show. TSITE. Information on TSITE that can be found on the website. Final Jeopardy, I'll tell you in a minute. All right, here we go. Vanderbilt, you control.
TSITE 100, please.
Answer is the current TSITE vice president. Vanderbilt?
Who is Stephen Edwards?
UT, do you want to go buzz in? Tennessee?
Who is Luke? Who is Luke Dixon?
That is correct.
All right. Tennessee, you control.
TSITE for 200.
Answer is the current TSITE president. Vanderbilt?
Who is Stephen Edwards?
That's correct.
And TSITE.
300, please.
The answer is the immediate TSITE past president. Let me verify before you come in. This one's going fast. All right. Yeah, well, it's time stamped on here, so.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you verify Vanderbilt for me, Brian?
On my screen, UTK buzzed in first.
Okay, thank you. Tennessee?
Say it again.
Who's Nelson Mantle?
Thank you. You got my name. All right.
All right.
Is that UT?
Tennessee, you control the board.
For 400.
The answer is the number of section representatives TSITE has in the SDIT board. I believe it was Tennessee again.
What is 8? Can you help me? What is 8? 不是吗？
All right, Vanderbilt, board is back open. What is 2? Zane Panel and Jason Carter. All right, Tennessee, you control the board.
500.
Answer is TSITE is one of several sections comprising the Southern District of ITE. This is the total number of states that make up the district. This is going fast. Vanderbilt,
What is 8?
Tennessee, you want to, board is open.
What is 9?
What is 9?
That's correct.
All right, Tennessee, you control the board.
There's your sign for 100.
Answer is the color of a school crossing zone sign. Vanderbilt,
What is yellow green?
That's correct.
Vanderbilt, control.
Same category, 200.
Answer is the minimum clearance for an overhead sign. Tennessee,
What is 17 feet?
That's correct.
Tennessee, control the board.
There's your sign 300.
Answer is the color of incident management signs. Well, y'all are buzzing in so fast, it's hard for me to keep up. Vanderbilt,
What is pink?
That's correct.
Vanderbilt, control the board.
Same category, 400.
The minimum sign height in a business, commercial, or residential area. What is 7 feet? Vanderbilt,
Same category, 500.
answer is the minimum clearance for an overhead sign on a shared use path. What is 8 feet? All right. 2 categories down, 3 to go. Vanderbilt, you're in control.
Signal warrants 101, 100, please.
Answer is one of these must be met before a traffic signal can be installed. Vanderbilt,
A warrant. What is a warrant? Excuse me.
That's correct.
what is a signal warrant? Vanderbilt, you control the board.
Same category, 200.
Answer is one requires volume thresholds to be met for this many hours? Vanderbilt?
What is 8 hours?
That is correct.
Vanderbilt, control the board.
300 points, please.
The answer is this one should be considered when school children cross the major street. What is warrant 5? School crossings. That was too simple. Vanderbilt.
Same category, 400, please.
Answer is, this warrant is intended where traffic on the major street is so heavy that traffic on the minor intersecting street suffers excessive delay or conflict when entering or crossing the major street. What is warrant 1B? Interruption of continuous flow. Vanderbilt?
Same category, 500.
Answer is, bicyclists can be counted as either of these in a signal warrant analysis. Vanderbilt?
What is a pedestrian or vehicle?
Correct.
All right. What are vehicles or pedestrians? That's 3 categories down, 2 to go. Vanderbilt at 800, Tennessee at 700. You control the board, Vandy.
Safety first, 100, please.
CMF is the acronym for this. I believe that was Vanderbilt. Let me verify. Yes.
What is a crash modification factor?
Correct.
Vanderbilt?
Safety first, 200, please.
The number of conflict points at a typical 4-leg intersection. Tennessee, yes.
What is 32?
Correct.
All right, Tennessee, you control the board.
Same for 300.
Answer is a key traffic engineering concept when drivers can rely on past experience to assist with driving decisions. What is driver expectancy? All right.
400.
All right. You can wager all your 900. What is your wager?
300.
There is the number of crashes occurring at a particular location over a 1-year period.
What is annual crash count?
Amy, what do you think?
Vanderbilt, you want to, oh, you know, you can on a double, sorry. All right. Tennessee, you still control the board. What is crash frequency?
Safety first, 500, please.
The answer is the most prevalent contributing factor influencing vehicle crashes. Vanderbilt,
What is distraction?
Tennessee, what are human factors? I missed it too. I said distractions. All right, we have a final category. Tennessee, you control the board.
100, please.
Batman. I believe that's Tennessee. Let me verify. Brian, take that for me. I got the same time.
I have Vanderbilt.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Vanderbilt.
What is a Batmobile?
That is correct.
All right, Vanderbilt, you control the board.
200, please.
Scooby-Doo. Tennessee.
What is the mystery mobile?
That is correct.
That's impressive. All right, Tennessee.
For 300, please.
Blues Brothers. Oh. What is the Blues Mobile? Tennessee.
Oh, I'm sorry. 400, please.
Speed Racer. Tennessee.
What is Mac 5?
That is correct.
And the final answer is Ghostbusters at Vanderbilt.
You might be muted.
The Ghostmobile.
What is Ghostmobile?
Incorrect.
Tennessee, you want a shot at it? What is the Ecto one? Hardest one of the bunch. All right, at the end of that round, we have UTK at 1,200 and Vanderbilt at 0. I don't remember the rules for 0. I guess you can wager it all. So let's see.
Up to 500.
You can wager 500. So our final Jeopardy category is Highway Safety Manual, Human Factors. The description is human factors related to information found in the Highway Safety Manual. You have 30 seconds for your wager. Please write it down and text it to Brian. Wrong. Time's up. All right. I forgot the answer. Again. No, they have to do the wager before they know the answer. All right, here we go. So the answer is, these are the 3 major subtasks of driving. You'll have 60 seconds for your question. Good luck. All right, Vanderbilt, we'll start with you. Please reveal your question.
What is control, guidance, and navigation?
That is correct. And what was your wager?
500 points.
500. Good job. Tennessee, what is your question?
We had perception, intellection, and reaction. What are perception, intellection, and reaction?
And what was your wager?
10 points. No, sorry, 100 points.
All right. So the final ends up with University of Tennessee, Knoxville at 1,100, Vanderbilt at 500. Congratulations, Tennessee. You'll be moving on to the district. Again, thanks both of your teams. Thank all 4 teams, all participants. This was very difficult for all of us, and we look forward to next year when we all be in person again, God willing. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve and Brian and all y'all put all this together. I know it was a lot of work to get the first one going. We had some challenges, but we had some great games. Thank you to all the students who participated. It's really great to have 4 games this year, or 4 teams participate, sorry. And with that second time, I'm gonna move on to Stephanie's presentation. Dr. Ivy, are you there? There she is. Okay, awesome. Let me share my screen. All right. Second time, I'm gonna skip these questions, but for the, if you just joined, for the misdemeanor questions, pull out your cell phone or your computer, use Google, whatever. Go to menti.com, put in 3774895, and you can play along. So Dr. Ivy has some questions in her presentation as well. So our second speaker today is Dr. Ivy, like I just said. The title of her speech is TSMO Workforce Development, Preparing the Next Generation. Dr. Stephanie Ivy is the Associate Dean for Research with the Herf College of Engineering and a professor. Sorry. All right. And a professor with the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Memphis. She directs the University of Memphis's Southeast Transportation Workforce Center and the West Tennessee STEM Hub. and is the Associate Director of the Division of Transportation and Logistics in the Center for Applied Earth Sciences and Engineering Research. Dr. Ivy is also a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers Diversity and Inclusion Committee, STEM Subcommittee, the American Society of Civil Engineers, National Engineers Week, Discover E-Task Committee, and the TRB Standing Committee on the Maintenance and Operations Personnel. She also serves on the Federal Reserve Bank of the St. Louis Transportation Industry Council, the 10 Smart Board, and the Board of Directors for the Greater Memphis IT Council. Please help me welcome Dr. Stephanie Ivy as she presents TSMO Workforce Development, Preparing the Next Generation. Turn over to you, Dr. Ivy.
All right, thank you, Luke. So first, I just wanted to say congratulations to all of the students that participated in the traffic bowl. I know it was a challenge to do it virtually, but you all handled yourselves well. And big thanks to TSITE and all of the people that were involved putting that together. So we appreciate you doing that. So I know we are crunched for time, so I'm going to try to accelerate this just a bit, but don't worry, there are still going to be, I won't accelerate the part where I ask for volunteers because you know I always have to do that. So next slide. Okay, so what I am going to focus on today is some of the recently completed research and resources that we've developed related to transportation systems management and operations workforce development. And from that, what we really see as the key factors for TSMO workforce of the future. And then finally, as always, I will let you know what's up next for us and how you can get involved. Next slide. All right, so I thought we would start with a quick question for the audience to determine what your experience has been or is currently with TSMO. So you can indicate whether you're a state or local agency, you're a consultant that supports one of these organizations, you don't have any experience with TSMO, or maybe you're a student that's learning about it. All right, so it looks like we have just a few people hanging on and chiming in. So thank you for that. We can go ahead, I think, and go on to the next slide. So the resources that I'm going to talk about come from really the three bold items that you see here. So the National Transportation Career Pathways Initiative, the SETWIC playbooks, which I think most people have probably seen, and then the TSMO Workforce Guidebook. The other one that's not listed in bold, I'm not going to talk about, but I did want to make sure everybody's aware of it, Empowering the New Mobility Workforce. It is a book that was released in 2019, and it's really intended to provide thought leadership about where we're headed with transportation. Next. So the National Transportation Career Pathways Initiative, I believe that I have spoken in the past to TSITE about this project when we were just getting it off the ground. The link that you see at the top of the slide has information or contains all of the resources that I'm going to be talking about, and you'll see at the very end of this presentation links to all of the things that we discussed today. But just to remind you, or if you aren't familiar, to let you know what we were focusing on, this is something we were undertaking through the National Network for the Transportation Workforce and the 5 regional centers. So we're the Southeast Center for the Transportation Workforce, and our focus is on transportation operations. But the other entities within the network, we're looking at the disciplines of safety, engineering, environment, and planning within transportation as well. And for all of these areas, we were looking at this collaboratively in terms of how we developed our methodology so that a comprehensive and really seamless product could be developed at the end. And with all of these disciplines, we were really very interested in looking at it through the lens of transformative technologies and how those were impacting occupations for the future. So we began with a priority occupation analysis where we were looking at everything from BLS or Bureau of Labor Statistics data and forecast to burning glass real-time data. We conducted interviews with people all over the country to get input on this. We developed surveys as well, and so had lots of different areas that we were bringing information in from on this. And then the resources that we were developing were competency models, a discipline model for each of the areas, sample knowledge, skills, and abilities and job descriptions that are relevant for priority occupations, career pathway models, representative programs of study, and then experiential learning resources. And so we did this looking at the occupations within each of these discipline areas that we expect to be high priority in the next 5 to 10 years. Next slide. All right, so for the transportation operations side of things, which is what we were looking at in the Southeast, we ended up developing a set of career clusters once we took a look at all of the input that we had gathered from our national responses, as well as the BLS and burning glass and other data. And so we ended up with really 4 buckets that the careers clustered around. So we named these operations management, systems operations and engineering, operations research and data science, and then operations technology. So you'll see some of the occupations listed below each of these. I think it's important to note that there was crossover across many of these clusters. And so in some cases, you'll see things listed in multiple buckets where the overall occupation is the same thing, but they have a slightly different focus. Next slide.
Hey, Dr. Ravi, I'm getting a lot of background noise.
Okay, let me see if I can fix that real quick.
Is it on your end, or I think everybody else is muted, so. Much better.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So next slide. So these are some of the resources that you will see if you look at the final product. So on the right-hand side, you'll see a competency pyramid. This one is for traffic operations. When we examined operations, we looked at it in terms of traffic, transit, and freight, and tried to be comprehensive about the way we approached it. So with the competency pyramids, you'll notice that at the bottom, you have sort of the broad-based competencies. Tier 1 is really personal effectiveness. And as you go up the pyramid, the competencies get more specific until you get to the very top and you end up with your management competencies that are necessary. So we have pyramids for each of the different areas, traffic, transit, and freight. And then also for all of the occupations that you saw listed, we have KSA listings. And these came from reviewing not only real-time data and job postings, but also, again, going back to those stakeholders that we reached out to initially to really better understand what they were seeing and what they were expecting moving forward. Next slide. And here is another example. So we have on the left a sample job description. So we did this for all of the occupations that we identified as priority, as well as a career pathway diagram. So these are intended to support not only agencies that are thinking about how to maybe shift some of their job descriptions and focus them a little bit more appropriately for the future, but also for talking with students about what to expect in some of these careers and how you actually get there. Next slide. So then we come to the transportation playbooks, and thank you very much to many of you that are in the audience, as there were a lot of organizations that were part of developing these, and they're recognized within each of the publications. So we have the Transportation STEM Academy playbook, and many of you have been involved with the work that we are doing with East High School. We very much appreciate that. I will also mention they have their very first class of graduating seniors. So that's very exciting. Slightly unfortunate that it's in the midst of the pandemic, but in any case, we have been able to maintain our support for them virtually, and we're very thankful for all of you that have helped us with that. But the Transportation STEM Academy playbook takes a look at how this concept began, the data that was behind it, and then how it evolved into the program that it is today, and helps other communities think through how would you bring this to fruition in your community. And then the Women in Transportation playbook is designed to focus in on how to support and create a more diverse transportation workforce. And so takes a look at everything from recruitment to retention and advancement, as well as common barriers and supports that need to be in place in order to make sure that women are able to access and remain in the workforce. And both of these are broader than just TSMO, but I wanted to at least mention them since they are now available. So they're on our website. You can download them at memphis.edu/SETWIC. Next slide. So then this is where I'm going to focus a little bit more. So the TSMO Workforce Guidebook. So I'm not sure how many of you may have seen this so far, but this was developed under an NCHRP project. Gannett Fleming was the lead on the project, and we were their partner. And the goal that we had for this guidebook was really to develop something that would assist transportation agencies in advancing TSMO maturity through workforce development. So we worked very closely with the National Operations Center of Excellence in developing this. And you're going to see in a few minutes that that has really impacted how the product was rolled out. And I think it's made it a much more valuable resource. So our intent with this is that it would serve as guidance for transportation agencies who are looking to either begin or advance their capability in terms of a TSMO program, provide advice for anyone within the organizations that are involved in recruiting, hiring, or training transportation operations staff, and then really helping a broader audience, including consultants, better understand the changing roles and how to best support state and local agencies with TSMO programs. And then finally, we were looking at how do we better prepare tomorrow's workforce. So we examined this from really the undergraduate and graduate levels. And one thing I should mention with this too is that this particular project focused only on occupations that required at least a university degree. We're very aware that there are many TSMO occupations that do not require that. However, the scope for the contract was focused only on that. So that's what this contains. The other really important thing to share about this is that it is not intended to be a one-size-fits-all guidebook. So it's very much intended to adapt and flex based on the agency and their needs. Next slide. So with the TSMO Workforce Guidebook, I mentioned that we worked closely with the National Operations Center. And so what you'll see here is how they were able to then roll this out. So they developed a website that basically breaks the guidebook into multiple components. So we have recruiting a TSMO workforce, model TSMO position descriptions, developing a TSMO workforce, and TSMO workforce retention. So the entire guidebook is available for download. However, if you only are interested in one of these components, you can go directly to that on their website, and it's laid out in a easier fashion, a more condensed version. And their website link is listed below. Next slide. So the guidebook contains 19 position descriptions that we crafted based on, again, another round of interviews and research, very in-depth literature review, looking at how other industries that have related positions are evolving as well. And what we developed were a set of 19 that we felt best suited the TSMO framework and created this list. It's not intended, again, to be a one-size-fits-all or to say that every agency needs all 19 of these positions. So it's a pick and choose list or a starter list, depending on how it's used. And I wish I knew how to turn that ding off. One other thing to mention about these positions is that some of them already exist. And we were looking at how we're expecting the position itself to change over time. In other cases, there are positions that are forward-looking. So these are positions that we may need in the next 5 to 10 years. And so what we developed it to include in terms of supporting those positions is when a position might be needed or what some of the triggers were related to that, how these relate to the capability maturity model. For those of you that are familiar with the TSMO CMM, we aligned our product with that to help agencies be able to map where they are, where they want to be, and then which positions make sense for them. And again, the positions are designed as a starting point, and agencies should feel free to modify to fit their needs. Next slide. So these are the 19 positions. So we have things that you will recognize, like TSMO program managers and let's see what else. Integrated corridor managers, transportation management center managers. We have others that are a little bit more forward-looking, like cybersecurity engineers. And I think one of the ones that, I'm sorry, if you can now hear my dogs running around. I had the time blocked off earlier where we had silent time, and now we don't. So anyway, hopefully you can hear me over all of the noise. But in any case, I think one of the positions that's a little bit interesting is the data ethicist, the transportation data ethicist. I also think that the artificial intelligence scientist, that certainly goes back to what we were discussing this morning in the first presentation. So all of these, I think you will see there is a very heavy emphasis on data, no matter what you look at. Next slide. So the guidebook includes assessments of each position and how it can help an agency achieve their goals. And so what you'll see are figures like what you see on the right. And what we did was we looked at it in terms of both management and operations and the potential to improve each. So with management, we're looking at collaboration, organization and staffing, and culture. With operations, we're looking at business processes, systems and technology, and performance measurement. And so the way these graphs are designed to be read, the more color that you see in a particular category, that means the higher potential that occupation has to impact that particular area. Next slide. All right, and so then on the left, you'll see each of the 19 positions and their relevant graphic. And so each one is slated into a particular level. So for this top row that you see here, these particular positions are most likely appropriate for agencies that are at level 1 or looking to move to level 2. The graphics in the middle section are appropriate for agencies that are moving to level 2 and 3. And then the top row would be the most advanced agencies or the most mature TSMO programs where they're looking more to level 3 or 4. And so I've got one blown up over here for you so that you can see it a little better. So this is the Integrated Corridor Management Manager. And so this would be appropriate for a capability maturity model level of 2 or 3. And you'll see that for this particular position, we would expect it to provide the most impact for an agency where they're looking to strengthen collaboration and systems and technology, a little bit less, but still pretty significant impact for organization and staffing as well as performance measurement. And then lower impact for culture and business processes. Next slide. So the guidebook also contains for each of these a breakdown of the knowledge, skills, and abilities for the particular position. And again, the thing that I think you're going to see that becomes fundamental across all of them is really that ability to collect, enter, and analyze data. So like we were discussing this morning, that is only going to continue to increase in importance. So you're going to see that as a requirement moving forward in many of the occupations. Next slide. And so then for the workforce guidebook, if you are interested in taking a look, this table summarizes how each of the areas is broken out. So if you are interested in the recruiting section, what we have within there is really our background and literature, looking at how skill sets are evolving and what backgrounds are needed for successful and innovative approaches to TSMO. We have recommendations and best practices for hiring and really understanding when it's appropriate to hire. So there's guidance related to that as well. For chapter 3, when it's focused on the position descriptions themselves, these again are intended to provide a first step for organizations. They're intended to be modified to fit the particular organization's needs. And we do provide guidance in there about when, where, and how to recruit for each of these. And while a lot of that may be similar across some of the occupations where there are particular differences, we made sure to include that. For chapter 4, in developing a TSMO workforce, here we were really looking at how do you develop a professional development plan for your workforce. We assembled information on TSMO related educational programs at the undergraduate and graduate level. And so these are actually databases that contain everything we were able to pull from across the country related to that. We also have information on TSMO related professional development courses. So again, another database that has pulled everything that we were able to find across the country. And then provides information related to areas of investment that can help you strengthen your workforce. Chapter 5 is focused on retention, and this again goes back to recommendations and best practices related to retaining a diverse TSMO workforce moving forward. And then finally, the appendices have those databases I just mentioned, the list of undergraduate and graduate programs, as well as other professional development programs. And then it also has all of the TSMO related position descriptions that we pulled from agencies across the country. So we have examples there beyond just the ones that we developed within the report itself. Next slide. So what did we learn from all of this? One of the main things was that, with the rapid evolution of technology, it's not only changing how we think about operations, how we instrument for that, but it's really changing how work is done. And again, you see that with that increased emphasis on data and how to understand that. And there's an increased emphasis on interconnected mobility. I think the most important, though, is really that transformation of data into information, and then all of the other security and privacy and other implications that go along with it. And then, another key issue is the complexity of problems that we're dealing with really starts to blur the lines between disciplines. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. And, we've said for years that lifelong learning is important, whether you're in ITE or ASCE, engineers in general, we talk about that all the time. But I think this is especially true for people that are within the TSMO realm. And it's really daily learning. So you have to have staff that are willing to be on the cutting edge, be at the forefront, and are willing to continuously learn and innovate. Next slide. So some additional considerations, evolution of positions. So many agencies have outdated position descriptions that no longer really serve their needs. And so thinking through how do we evolve those, but then also how do we think about the roles that we don't currently have that we're going to need. Complication of career pathway models. I think this one is certainly an issue for students as they, think about what they want to do and try to understand the best approach for them if they want to get into a particular role. And it's also a difficulty for agencies when they think about where to hire people from and how do they go about recruiting the right people with the right skill sets. The other one is limited awareness. So this is not only within the pipeline that you are recruiting from, but it can also be within your agency itself. And then competition from other industry segments. So we've talked a lot about how important it is for people within TSMO to be able to take data, turn that information into information, really be able to help people understand what it means. And across the board, we need more and more people that can do that. So there is a lot of competition for this talent. Next slide. So from your perspective, if anybody is still with us, let's take a look at which of the following you see as the biggest challenges for developing a robust TSMO workforce. So where is it that you see the biggest issue? All right, so it looks like everybody is clustering around limited awareness. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And I agree. So I think all of those are important problems, but I think the limited awareness is the one that really impacts things the most and that's connected to all of the others. So that's the one that we really see as the biggest hurdle that we have to address. Next slide. So what does that mean? We have to reach students early. And, I've talked a lot about high school students, college students, but we have to start even earlier. So middle school students, elementary students, because we have to reach them before they start to figure out in their head what they think they want to do and what they think they can't do. And that's really crucial. Kids as early as age 3 start to develop gender stereotypes, which is shocking to me. But then they also, in elementary school, early elementary school, start closing the door on certain careers that they don't think are for them. So we really have to do a better job of reaching students very early. And we want kids across that entire K-12 spectrum to understand transportation and to recognize its value and importance and its role in our communities. So we want students to know that that's an option for them when they move forward beyond high school. We have to elevate awareness of and really respect for transportation jobs of all types. And so one of the things that we are big proponents of is STEM for all and helping not only students, but also parents really understand that there are excellent STEM occupations that don't require a 4-year or more degree. So we're talking about STEM occupations that require technical certifications or community college degrees, associate's level degrees. It doesn't necessarily always require that 4+ and beyond. So there will be lots of opportunities for people with all interests and strengths. And so we want to make sure that we're really helping people understand the importance of all of the roles and how they connect. And then strong partnerships between academia and industry, I think, are only going to become more important as we move forward with the pace that technology is changing and just the tremendous amount of change that's happening organizationally all of the time. For educators to make sure that they're preparing students in the way that they need to for them to be successful, we have to have that strong collaboration with industry. I think diversity matters. Well, we all know diversity matters, but I think it's going to matter even more, and particularly for TSMO, because these are incredibly complex problems and challenges that we're trying to grapple with. And in order to do that and to come up with the best and most innovative solutions, we have to have lots of different perspectives at the table. So diversity is, I think, exceedingly important moving forward. And then continuous training requirements. As we mentioned, we really need people who are not just committed to being lifelong learners, but minute by minute learners and willing to do what it takes to innovate and move the agency forward. Next slide. So what we are getting ready to embark on that is related to this is a project for the Intelligent Transportation Systems Professional Capacity Building Joint Program Office within the USDOT. And we are focusing on ITS, academic pathways and the pipeline. We're looking at it from the perspective of K-12, technical and community colleges and universities, so a very comprehensive approach. And this is, again, a collaborative effort by the National Network for the Transportation Workforce. And our intent from this new project is to develop some enhanced resources that really help link real-world practice to academic content. So you'll see in that graphic on the slide from the website, ITS PCB already has a resources for students and teachers section. They have some content already for middle, high school, and then higher ed students and faculty, but they want a whole lot more there and a whole lot more that is really engaging for students. Next slide. So what we are going to be focusing on is a series of tasks. One of the first ones is to develop and manage an academic community of practice. And this will focus on all of the academic levels that I just mentioned. We'll also focus very heavily on making sure that we have diverse engagement. And then we'll connect to professional associations and employers so that we have that full spectrum of community at the table when we are not only thinking through what the challenges are to integrating this into course content or academic curriculum, but also thinking through what are the opportunities that exist for us to be successful, where can we leverage strengths and resources that are already there, and how do we move forward collaboratively. The other task related to this one is developing and managing a K-12 National Advisory Group. And this, again, is going to be very much focused on STEM for all, but it's transportation centered. So we'll be pulling in educators from around the country to be involved in this. And to our intent from this is to have them inform development of a resource toolkit for teachers that will help make sense of that complicated career pathway. Next slide. We also are enhancing and creating new ITS case studies. So there are some that already exist. You'll see them listed here on ITS PCB's website. So we are updating and enhancing those, and several of you have already been involved in that. We got started on that about a year ago, but we are working through all of the case studies in the next year. And then we'll be creating new ones on dynamic message signs, safety applications of ITS and bus rapid transit, planning for ITS, and then also a capstone course that can be used at the undergraduate level as well. This will also require the engagement of national advisory groups, mini national advisory groups, because there will be one for each one of these case studies. So definitely a lot of opportunity for industry to be engaged. Next slide. We are also continuing development of ITS career path profiles as well as ITS project profiles. So you'll see over on the right an example. Thank you, TDOT. We have a great project profile here. You'll also see some of the career pathway or the people profiles. And thank you, Greg. I think everybody knows him. And he's been in lots of these. So I appreciate him not blocking my email. But we have to develop a minimum of 60 of these by the end of our project period. And I think most importantly, we really want to showcase diverse career pathways. So not only diverse people and backgrounds, but also occupations. So we're not focusing just on engineering. We want technician level. We want all types of staff that are involved in ITS. And then an ITS Speakers Bureau, again, another way that you can get involved, and coordination across national projects and organizations. So there are lots of different approaches to STEM education and transportation education that are underway. And we want to make sure that we're not duplicating effort, that we are coordinating across all of these different initiatives, and that we are really building the best resource that we can that complements what else is out there. Next slide. So this, of course, is the part that I always get to, opportunities for engagement. So you can submit an ITS project profile, a career profile. You can work with us to create ITS project videos, because that's something we're going to be piloting this time as well. You can join one of our many advisory groups, provided a speaker for K-12 or college students, join that speakers bureau I mentioned, and so much more. So I did not even put in here information about the new engineering apprenticeship program that we have at the university with a focus on transportation and transportation operations. So again, there are so many ways that you can get involved and make a difference. So we would love to have you engaged with us. So we will go on to the next slide. And here's why this is so important. So in order for us to build that awareness, create those opportunities for exposure and experience for students, help them to develop that self-efficacy and their self-confidence. And that leads to what we term as STEM identity, or professional or career identity, which is where they start to recognize themselves as having the potential to be in that role. And so we want to help students develop that and see themselves as future transportation professionals, because we know that's one of the best ways to help them be successful. So when we do that, we're taking a full pipeline approach. We want to make sure, again, that we are leveraging resources that already exist. We want to be engaged collaboratively with all of the stakeholders that need to be at the table for this, and really change the way that we work together and change how we talk about transportation across the board. Next slide. So with that, now is your opportunity to tell us who wants to get involved, because you know I'm going to ask that every time. And you know I didn't really give you any options here, but you can choose whatever you would like. I can't actually tell who responds to any of this, so you know you're not really on the hook. However, you also know me, or if you know me, you'll know I'll reach out and beg. So in any case, hopefully we will see many people that want to be involved and that want to rope others into being involved as well, because it's definitely going to take all of us to really move the needle on this. So with that, I think I will go ahead and stop there and turn this over if there are any questions, or if we need to go right to the business meeting, we'll let Luke make that determination.
We can take a few questions. I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you for presenting today.
You're welcome. I'm sorry I had so much chaos in my house at the time.
It's totally okay. My 4-year-old Zoom bombed me yesterday, so I totally really not an issue at all. I'm glad you're getting involved early on to help with TSMO and push that through the education track. My daughters are 4 and 6, so I guess I need to start now with.
That's right. Send them my way.
Engineer, yeah. They don't decide at 8 that they don't want to be engineers anymore.
Right. That's for sure.
So.
Those are the resources I mentioned. So if anybody wants to download any of the guidebooks or products that I talked about, they're all available through those links.
I had one question for you. How do you mentioned there's a lot of competition. Where are your students going if they're not choosing transportation fields? How do we get them to choose transportation? Are they going somewhere else, oil and gas, or? So
I think one of the biggest issues that we have is at the undergraduate level, and this is really a national problem. Students typically only get one course related to transportation in their undergraduate program. And at that point, when they get to their electives, they've only had the one transportation class, but they've had multiple structures classes and water resources and all of these other things. And so they know that better and they feel more comfortable selecting those electives, or they've already made their mind up early on because that was all they knew. So we have to, I think, get in there earlier and have that in their head before they even get into our undergraduate programs.
Makes sense. Let me check the chat box real quick. Let's see. I'm not seeing any questions. So I guess with this, we'll move on. I know we're tight on time. Thank you again, Dr. Ivy, for presenting today. I really enjoyed it. You okay with posting the presentation afterwards? I know it's got a lot of links for all the info.
Luke, there was a last minute question, it looks like, from Cindy, and it looks like you just answered it in the chat. Never mind.
Okay. Junior, cool. Sorry, I missed that question. All right, Stephen, you ready to take over now to do a traffic bowl or business meeting?
Yeah, I will definitely not be the one doing that. I will do the business meeting. I think awesome. When I was listening to the wonderful traffic bowl, the only thing I really got excited about that I knew well were the cars. So I even got Ecto 1 right. Of course, I've been watching Ghostbusters with my daughter recently, so it kind of worked out that way. All right, let's go ahead and get this started. If I guess I don't ever remember if we follow Robert's Rules of Order or not. So do I have I guess I'll call this meeting to order. It's at 2:04 p.m. And the first order of business will be the recognition of past presidents. Based off of an earlier count of people, and we have less, so if you jumped in after my earlier count, I do apologize if I've missed you. We had Hollis Loveday, Craig Hatchie, Cindy Pianki, Jeff Hammond, Steve Allen, Greg Judy, Kevin Cole, Chris Kirby, Chris Rhodes, Steve Bryan, Jason Carter, Mike Conger, Brandon Baxter, Amy Birch, and Nathan Vatter, all on today's call as past presidents. So I would like to thank all of them for their continued involvement with our section. Moving on, and I'll try to talk fast so I don't spend too much of your guys' time. Did everybody get? Did we send out the copy of the spring business meeting minutes? I know we've been sending things out the last couple of days. So do I have a motion to approve these spring business meeting minutes? If you so move, thank you, Miss Cindy. You can put it in the chat box. So that has been moved by Cindy. Do I have a second?
Should be fall business meeting at the typo there. Last fall.
Minutes. And I have a second from Steve Allen. So we have a move and a second for Steve Allen, and I will do far better at copy and paste sometime in the future. Now we'll move into officer reports, the president's reports. My big thing is just I want to thank everybody for attending. Thank you for the students having the 4 teams. It's wonderful. The student involvement is something that is very important to me and something that I really want us to build as we're moving forward with us all hiding in our homes for the past year. Having that type of interaction has been difficult. And so hopefully as we can come out of our shells, we'll be able to reach out and get more involvement and get more younger minds involved with our section moving forward. I would also like to thank Luke. So, you know, the last year has been an interesting process, but a lot of this has been Luke handling all the electronics and getting all these systems to work and function properly since all this has begun during his time as the secretary and now as his time as the vice president. So Luke's really been carrying us forward, and I really appreciate all of his efforts in moving us through this process. And I appreciate all of our new board members that have devoted their time to us so far this year. So, Mr. Luke, if you want to go ahead and take the vice president's report.
I'll defer to the meeting section, kind of like you did. I'll just talk, most of my reports can be about meetings. So, sake of time, let me just defer and skip down to Kenneth.
Mr. Kenneth, are you on? Well, I do not see Kenneth showing up as a participant. Typically our treasurer would at least talk about the attendees that we had for this. So I think the highest mark, we got up to about 83 attendees on this call. We're down to about 59 now. That included all the students and participants in the traffic bowl and then the general attendees. So again, thank you for attending. We're still having fun with all of our electronics moving through all of this process. So we'll go ahead and move down to the Tennessee section rep report. Steve, Brian, or Zane, would you guys like to provide some information regarding the Southern District?
Yeah, I think that should be me or Zane. Zane is this is Jason. Zane is in Colorado, I believe, right now, so he's not on here. The biggest thing from the district is the district meeting that's coming up in about 6 weeks or so, and I know that that's later in the agenda, so we'll talk about that then. Everything, that's really the biggest issue right now going on, is everybody's getting prepped for that. And Cindy may want to speak on that too.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Jason Carter. I do apologize. I even got you guys on there twice. If I had skipped down a couple of lines, I would have introduced you properly. Brandon, if you can give the section administrators report, please.
Yeah, be happy to, Stephen. Luke has the financial report pulled up there. You can see the length of the report illustrates the quiet end that we had to 2020. I was glad to see it go. Things are picking up a little bit here in 2021. After the board meeting, we did have a sizable scholarship donation that the board authorized. So that has been sent off to international. It's not reflected in our bank account balance yet because the check hasn't cleared. And it's not reflected in the scholarship fund balance because the last balance that I've gotten a report on from international was from the end of September. But I think by the spring meeting, you'll see those numbers. Our ending balance and the scholarship fund balance essentially flip-flop there. Other things going on here in 2021, we did reimburse 2 Vanderbilt students who registered and attended the ITE Virtual Student Leadership Summit. That was Daniel Shen and Crystal Ching. We reimbursed them for their registration fees to attend that, and we're glad that they were able to do so. We've also filed the Tennessee Secretary of State annual report filing for the section that's required in our charter, and also just for us to keep the status we have as a nonprofit. That's been completed, and I've sent information to Kevin Cole earlier this week, and pending his review for the audit committee, maybe here in a few minutes or after this meeting, if there's things that he and I need to follow up on. After that, and we've resolved anything that he's got, we will be preparing our tax filing for 2020 as well. And then looking forward to spring meeting and summer meeting activities, especially as we move more towards getting back in person. That is my report.
Thank you, Brandon. A couple of things. The Zoom, this is a general thing for everybody, and I've got something back for you, Mr. Brandon, but the Zoom call, the way it's set up is if you're a panelist, if you had a specific invite, you're the only people that will be able to speak. If you're an attendee in the system, you'll have to type in any comments within the chat, and we will be monitoring that and can respond to you through that.
No, I can move them over right now. I just moved over several committee chairs, Stephen. So
okay.
I got moved over Kevin, and so they can all talk. So I can do it real time if they didn't get the link. The link we sent out was for attendees. The panelist was a separate link just for the officers, but I can change it now. If you want to talk, just let me know.
So yeah, Kenneth, I know wasn't.
He's moved over now, so he wasn't.
Yeah, Cindy, I know, was saying something, and Jason had mentioned she may have a comment or something like that. So
she's on a panel. She's moved over now, so she should be able to talk. Cindy.
Okay, thank you, sir. Brandon, a couple of items regarding the financial report. We decided as a board to offer the fees for the students to go to the Student Leadership Summit. Have we received any requests for funding from that?
So I think the summit was actually last weekend. We received 2 requests from members of Vanderbilt's student chapter. They both registered, sent me their receipts, and I paid one of them electronically, and the other just wanted to check mailed. So those have been sent. Those are the only 2 that I've received. Certainly, if there were other people from other student chapters that attended those, I would be happy to get confirmation of that and reimburse them as it is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't know if we had actually even started receiving any requests for that yet, since it was so recent. But thank you.
We received 2, both from Vanderbilt.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, at this point, we'll go ahead and step into the committee reports. Mr. Kevin Cole, are you able to unmute yourself?
I am, yes. Thanks, Stephen. So yes, Brandon had sent me the financials review, and I've reviewed everything, and it's in good order. So no comments for him. He can proceed on with his tax information now.
Thank you very much, sir. Moving on to the next 3 lovely committees. Mr. Nathan Vatter, would you like to speak on awards, nominations, and scholarships?
Sure thing. The Awards and Nominations Committee, we've met on February 9th and also on the 17th with one of the persons that couldn't make it to the first meeting. So we're working on our nominations. We also, just to report, we have begun submitting awards for Southern District, including the annual report for our section, for outstanding section. That's been submitted. We also submitted 3 individual awards, and we've got 3 more individual awards in the works, and also 2 project awards in the works. So hopefully to have all that done by Friday. That's for the awards for Southern District and ITE. Again, nominations, I'll be reaching out to some folks for nominations following this meeting, and then we'll work on scholarships later on. And that's all I've got for the report.
I keep muting and unmuting myself in the wrong order. But anyway, thank you, Nathan. You have I guess a big task in front of you with all the nominations. Miss Amy was able to get, nominate almost all the winners last year in Southern District. So we got to get like a clean sweep this year. We missed one last year, so we got to get it across the board.
She did a fantastic job. It's going to be hard to follow that, but I'm used to that. That's awesome.
Thank you, Nathan. All right, Mr. Brian Haas, are you on the call, sir?
I am here. Thank you, Stephen. February is a very busy month for the Career Development Committee, so I want to thank all the student chapters who participated in the traffic bowl today, as well as all the students in the chapters who submitted chapter reports and student papers for our technical paper competition. Those were all due mid-February. Also want to thank everyone who's volunteered to evaluate those. We're in the process of doing that now and hope to have recommendations for award winners in the next few weeks. Also want to say 2020, although, it was a tough year for everyone, a very good year for our student chapters, despite the pandemic. We now have 6 active student chapters with UTC becoming official. TSITE now has more student chapters than any other section in Southern District. The next closest is Deep South with 5, and of course they are comprised of 2 different states, Mississippi and Louisiana. So in terms of states, we have 2 more than the next closest. I think that's something for TSITE to be very, very proud of. Our student chapters are being very active. I think that's a very good thing for our section.
Thank you very much, Brian, for all the effort that you put into reaching out to them and getting them involved. It's very, it is the future, right, for our profession and for the section. So we appreciate all your efforts in doing that.
They will all be in our position before we know it.
I think I was thinking back on the in the traffic bowl. I think Luke participated against me in the traffic bowl some years ago. No? Right, well, you were at Auburn, maybe at the Southern District Traffic Bowl. It was some time back.
That was it. It's been a while, yeah.
So it does seem that we all kind of travel in packs based off of when we come into the system. But thank you very much. The next item is the legislative update, which I don't believe Michelle is on the call. I see that Nathan has put all the lovely stuff in the chat. If anybody is actually able to read that.
I don't think that's all of them. And I sent it to Luke. We can send it out just to go over a couple highlighted bills. Senate bills 696. I think it's Representative Nicely or Senator Nicely proposing to set standardized yellow time. We have some issues with that. I think, from Tennessee, there was some information sent out from ITE recommending some changes with the yellow clearance. I can tell you Tennessee has not adopted that. And we've actually entered a pool fund study with some other states and FHWA to study that a little bit more detail. But we are going to be providing, the TDOT's going to be providing some information to our legislators on that, as far as they've also asked for the Department of Safety to change that, and that they don't have jurisdiction over that. So there's some issues with that bill, and we're going to let those folks know. Another one was Senate Bill 1044, House Bill 1067, authorizing the use of shoulder to make right turns. I think that one's come up before, but that's one to note. There's Senate Bill 1536, House Bill 903, exempts 26 and older from using helmet requirements on motorcycles. Now, we all know helmets are fairly important. That's pretty, one of the things that we've seen in our state is we do have that law in place, and also a seatbelt law. And in the states that don't have those types of laws, they do see more fatal injuries to those types of things. So that's something to be concerned with. Senate Bill 1218 and House Bill 1253 prohibit state government from using social media that restricts free speech. So that's another one that's just to highlight. So, but there's several in there. Probably we could spend a lot of time discussing those, but we've put it in the chat, and we can send out a little bit better list that's easier to read.
Yes. Thank you, Nathan. And I think I sent Luke a little bit earlier during this meeting today a PDF or a Word document of that. So that's something that we can get together and send out to everybody. There's a fairly good number of bills regarding transportation. Another one that I believe would have be of concern or thought process to TDOT would be the smart wave video data for 30 days, which requires all kinds of special policies and things in place, and the cost of maintaining that data and the legal implications of you having that on hand is just tremendous. It's something that we've gone through in the city where we don't keep that data on hand as part of the traffic operations system. So as always, you have a lot of lovely bills that are worded fun, and they go through, and the people are not necessarily transportation professionals putting them together. So it's something that as a organization, we hope we always keep our eyes on moving forward. While we typically only pay attention to Tennessee state legislation, federal legislation moving forward is there's going to be a lot of changes in transportation, and everybody should keep their eyes out on that. We may have a future call or something regarding a lot of the federal regulations and federal items that are coming out. The recent NOFO for the infra grant is a pretty good indication of some of the changes that you're going to have. Everything ties back into equity within that NOFO and how you're able to direct that. And as a a bill that's been used for freight and highway expansions and things of that nature in the past, doing that in a equitable fashion in the way that it is derived by the people that have put this together it's going to be a dramatic difference than what we've experienced in the past. And so I think a lot of us getting our hands around this and getting our minds around how these changes are going to affect us would be important. The next area is section relations. Mr. Kenneth Perkins, can you talk to us now, Kenneth? So not hearing Mr. Kenneth. I do, well, and it's in the, now in the chat box. No one's been having meetings virtually or in person in the local areas. So there's not really any updates for any of the cities. Hopefully, as we progress into this next year, there will be some local calls or something where people are still getting together, but hopefully as we move into the summer, we'll be able to get a lot of this behind us and get back to normal. Our next update is from the technical committee. Mr. Peter Kaufman has agreed to be the new chair of the technical committee, with Kenneth becoming our secretary treasurer. Peter?
Stephen, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yep, relatively new to the committee, but there's a couple of things that the committee will be working on this year. The two regular roles are to update the section operations manual. So we'll be getting into that as we get further into the year. The other major role is organizing webinars. You may remember in the pre-COVID times, we would have occasional get-togethers in some of the larger cities throughout the state to broadcast paid webinars. That has not been something that we've been able to do, and it's something we're not looking to continue in 2021. That'll be something we keep on hold, at least for a while longer. So the plan for that is to shift that effort into, and this is still under development, an occasional email blast that will update you to relevant free webinars and things, either through the state or through UT Knoxville's continuing education programs, things like that. So we're working on how we're going to curate those things and not overwhelm everybody with emails, but try to give everybody updates of continuing education, particularly as we get closer to the end of the year and renewals become more urgent. Maybe a couple of other projects throughout the year. I've heard that we might do some best practices synthesis, but those are things that will work out with the officer team. So again, looking forward to supporting the work of the section with the matriculation of some of the committee members to more important roles in the section. We are looking for a little bit of new blood, but there will be time for that, and looking forward to getting some technical support to the committee going again in 2021. Stephen?
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you very much for agreeing to chair the committee. Our next committee is the Traffic Bowl. Mr. Trey Todd, would you like to give an update?
Well, today probably went as well as it could, other than the obvious hiccup in the first round. But other than that, want to give a shout out to Brian and Luke for definitely putting it together, and all of us working as a team. It was a little bit more difficult than usual, as obvious, but from an update standpoint, we all know UTK won. So the next step is for me to send over the waiver and the participant log to UT, and they will be providing me that information to forward on to Southern District. That's it.
Thank you very much, Trey. I was trying to determine if I was going to type anything in regards to Mr. Rhodes' Go Vols in the chat box. Sorry, it distracted me a bit. So it looks like Luke's got a Mentimeter up here. Luke, it's going back to you now with the meeting schedule. If you would like to go through the future meeting schedules, sir.
Sure. Yeah, I figured I'd get this question real quick. We're actually borrowing Southern District's account for this meeting. They have a Zoom account and also a GoToMeeting account. Last year, I always used my Arcadis Teams account. So I was just kind of curious to see if y'all had a preference. Do you care? I think most people have Teams anyway. So we had to use Zoom today for the traffic bowl to allow us in the message, do separate messaging. You can't do that in Teams. So, or have panelists. So I may or may not do Zoom for the spring meeting. That's still kind of up in the air. It looks like most people like Teams or don't care. So, okay. Like as Jason mentioned, the Southern District meeting is coming up in April. That's going to be a virtual meeting. The ITE Technical Conference is also coming up in March. Will be virtual. Our spring meeting will be on May 26th. That's going to be virtual. That may or may not be a co-host meeting with Deep South. They actually reached out to me to co-host this meeting, but they had a conflict, and we decided with the traffic bowl, both teams or both sections having traffic bowl teams, it would have been too hard to coordinate. So it may be a co-host in the spring. We'll stay tuned for that. I'll see if we can get the details to work out. International meetings is in July. I'm not sure if that's going to be in person or not. Maybe virtual. Which leads to my next question. I have reached out to the hotel recently. I talked to her last week, our contact. And I think obviously they're very eager for us to come. Well, she said a lot of people are either postponing or going to wait and see or canceling or moving until next year. But she says that they are, doing things to allow for social distancing. One thing I asked, normally we meet in that side room. We have our presentations in the side room, and the ballroom, I guess, is where we have the Thursday night banquet. I asked her, can we meet in there the whole time so we all be spread out and it's bigger? She said, yeah, we can do that without any extra cost. Same with hotel blocks. We can cut our hotel block down if we need to, and we won't be incurred any fees. She did say people are doing virtual / in-person format too. They have audiovisual equipment for that. So that would be extra, but that'd be an option too, is where we have a small group of people meet in person and the rest of the folks that can't travel attend virtually for the summer meeting. So what kind of results do we have so far? We have maybe unsure. I think I'm in the same boat. I don't know. Depends on for travel policy, definitely no. So that leads to my next question. What's your employer saying? Steve and I were talking about this the other day, and we think TDOT may dictate a lot of this. If TDOT can't travel, everybody else will be traveling or won't be traveling. We don't have another day. We're just going to gauge our members. I'll probably ask this question again at the spring meeting. I'll do another question just to see how things have changed. Maybe with the vaccine rollout, we maybe feel more comfortable about traveling.
Luke, this is Steve.
Yep.
Effective May 24th, at this time, we're scheduled to come back to the office.
Okay.
Take form or fashion. So we believe after May 24th that most of all the things that we have rules for right now will not be the same after May 24th.
Okay. Like I said, as of right now, we're hoping we can meet in person in July. That's our goal. So.
Luke, the only thing I'm gonna have my vaccine 2 weeks from today, and I'm gonna put stickers on the people that had their vaccines and the people that hadn't.
I can't get mine yet. My wife got hers because she's a nurse, but I'll get it when I can. But hopefully by July we can all have most people have vaccines too. So I think I've got some more questions on the website later on in new business, but I think that's my whole report. I guess the fall meeting's at this point still up in the air. We're supposed to be meeting Chattanooga last, whenever it was. We're supposed to be in person before COVID, but I think Chattanooga is due for the next in-person meeting. So hopefully that'll be in person as well. That'll be sometime in October. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Stephen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Luke. And since we've already got you guys about 34 minutes over time, we'll go try to get through this really quickly. The board submitted the recommendations for the section bylaws and charter of Southern District. All these things have been approved, and this will be updated in the operation manual. This will all be updated in our documents this year by the technical committee. The 2021 Leadership ITE class included 2 members from Southern District. That's Terrence Hill and Ryan Eckenrode. And then we've already mentioned the 2021 Student Leadership Summit. That was just recent. We received notice from Miss Cindy Pianchi that a lot of students hadn't registered, and so our board went ahead and agreed to help fund any student. We unfortunately came to that decision pretty late in the process, so I think it would have been a little bit more fruitful if we had gotten that out and done that a little bit earlier in the process. So I think moving forward, that's going to be something that we'll budget for annually to try to make sure that we have students from all of our chapters attend and represent our section moving forward, make sure that they're involved. The 2020 TSITE annual report was submitted by Mr. Vatter, and we received an email that they had received it. So I think everything's going well there. I'm sure Nathan did a tremendous job with it. I looked at it. It looked wonderful to me, but I don't know if I'm really an expert at judging section reports at this point. All right. If no one has any comments on any of that, we'll move right straight into new business. So we do have a new student chapter. The UT Chattanooga has been approved for having a student chapter, and we are integrating that in everything with the traffic bowl rotations, making sure that the students are involved. I know that several of the students from UT Chattanooga had already registered for the Leadership Summit prior to us even announcing that we're going to provide funding. So I think they're pretty energetic and ready to go at this point. The 2021 Southern District ITE annual meeting, the date is
April 11th through the 16th.
Thank you. I was trying to look at the paper in front of me. See? So it's April 11th through the 16th. It will still be a virtual meeting. I believe they're still working on finalizing the agenda. It's going to be over a longer period of time. The days will be a little bit shorter, but that will allow people to participate as you can. There's going to be a lot of wonderful things there. I know the leadership team is putting together a presentation, which will be hopefully interesting for everybody to participate in. And there will be the Southern District traffic bowl to see who's going to represent the district at the international meeting. So I hope that many of you will be able to participate, at least if not all the way through the entire week, at least in parts throughout that. Cindy, do you know when the early registration closes on that? I didn't.
Well, I'm still waiting for registration to open. They were having some technical glitches trying to get it all worked out. But I also think part of it is because it is a virtual meeting. Most people have a tendency to sign up later because there's not that rush to get your hotel room and all that kind of stuff in a traditional way. But it should be opening here fairly shortly because everybody this year is actually going to receive a package in the mail. So because they're trying to do everything to make it fun and make it happen. And I hope that everybody from TSITE helps support the meeting from that perspective. They do have some really fun things figured out. The sessions are from 9 to 5. Let's see, that's Monday through Thursday, and then it's only a half day on Friday. And each day during the lunch period, which is like at least an hour and a half, they have something planned as well. There's a keynote speaker and panel for Monday. I think Tuesday is supposed to be a big thing for the ABD so that you get your chance to talk to vendors and stuff. I think Wednesday is just supposed to be some fun and games to help people get to know each other. And then Thursday is the actual awards and the traffic bowl finals and whatnot. So, but every day there's some cool stuff to do. And like I said, hopefully registrations can be opening here shortly and we'll have a good turnout from Tennessee. And I'm hoping you all are planning on participating in roll call, which I missed it last year because it was international, but I want to make sure it happens again this year, even though we're meeting virtually, because roll call is some of the funniest moments I've ever had at the Southern District meetings. And I'm hoping we can continue with that as well. So, and just let me know if y'all have any questions.
Thank you very much, Cindy. I'm sure the roll call thing will work extremely well with my personality and humor. So I'm looking forward to it. It's something we haven't started discussing yet, but I think it's probably one of those things where everybody's got to keep me more reined in than anything. But the next item is the 2021 Virtual ITE Technical Conference. The keynote speaker for that is Ryan Russo. If any of you have not had the chance to meet or speak to Ryan in the past, he worked for New York City DOT for a number of years, and he became the Oakland DOT director after their interim director started the department. Ryan is he's a very well-spoken individual. I've gotten to meet him and know him pretty well through NACDO, and he has a different way of thinking about how to set up programs, and they've done a tremendous job about shifting the mindset and how to project and strategize how to do their work based on with the lens of equity. And they have metrics and things set up to where they can make logical decisions about how equity will tie back into their system, which I think for all of us is going to be an item that we're going to work on to move forward with the new federal administration and the funding sources. So he may be a very good listen for you if you want to participate in that meeting. The 2021 ITE candidate voting is currently open and will be open until Friday, March 12th. Outgoing planning for future meetings, still considering COVID, so I think Luke's covered that already. The student scholarships we've increased the funding level of the scholarships, and the Bill Hart Scholarship has been added to the operations manual. All these changes are being addressed in the new operation manual changes. The next item is that we are going to be looking for a new webmaster. Me and Mr. Dixon have discussed this. He has, he's been in this role for quite some time, and as the vice president, and he's got a couple more years to serve his term here as an officer with the section. So trying to find somebody that wants to come in and help with the website and possibly even modify and update the website moving forward to make it prettier and function different. Everybody I think is updating their websites almost on a yearly basis nowadays. So we're going to start looking for anybody that would be interested in that and going for that. And I see that we have a couple in the chat box. Luke, I don't know with this. I know with Teams I can capture chats, but I don't know how that works with Zoom.
Yeah, Murray reached out to me yesterday. I just didn't have a chance to connect with him.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess to add what Steven said, I don't mind keeping up to date. Updating the website isn't that big a deal, but it's from we haven't updated it since 2012. So it's been almost 10 years which is ancient. And website terms, I guess. But if you look at the other sections, we're not the best, but we're not the worst, I guess, as far as Southern District. Here's our website. So I was just kind of curious to see what y'all thought. I mean, my next question is, I said it hasn't changed in 2012. Do we need to do a total rehaul? Do we need to just freshen it up? Are y'all good with the way it looks? I was just kind of curious to see what y'all thought. I know we're all engineers, so we don't like change.
Well, then as you guys are answering that lovely question, that's really our last item for today, unless anybody else has an item to bring up for discussion.
Hey, Stephen, this is Brandon.
Howdy,
I would like to mention one more thing and thank the folks that have sponsored or have indicated interest in sponsoring TSITE, Mar Traffic, Utilicom Supply Associates, Stantec, First Transportation, Mattern, and Craig. Thank you to them and to anybody else that is interested. I certainly want to hear from you and are interested in making sure that you get in contact with us. So if you want to reach out to me, Brandon Baxter, or grab one of the other officers, they can point you in my direction, but we would be happy to get that filled out for you, get you up on the website and recognized at spring meeting and further on through this year. Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you, Brandon.
Stephen, it's Steve Allen again. Just want everybody to know that our hope is to, instead of having a spring and a fall tournament, we're going to try to have 2 fall tournaments, which will probably be in like the October, November timeframe. Tom Avery also failed during our first snow event and just had rotator cuff surgery the first part of February. So he's at a swing for the next 6 to 8 months. So that time may work for him too. But so funding the scholarships for this summer, we're probably going to be late. And at least I hope we can actually have the tournaments later on this year.
Thank you for the update, Steve, and thank you for all the work that you guys put into hosting those tournaments. Luckily, with the way that we're operating now, we don't spend very much money, so I don't think having a late check from the tournaments is really going to harm us in operating this year. The getting the amounts and keeping the student scholarship levels high enough is what we're wanting to do, and I think that's something that we all look forward to. And Amy reminded me of something. So I now need to turn this over to Miss Amy Birch. Amy, if you want to take a moment.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Well, yes, I contacted Stephen about this because I discovered that I failed to do one of my last duties as immediate past president at our fall meeting, which was to recognize and thank Nathan Batter as our president for 2020. It is a pleasure and an honor to work with Nathan on the board, and he's done a tremendous job. And honestly, I think what TSITE did and was able to pull off and under Nathan's leadership for 2020 and getting the meetings done that we did and the coordination, I mean, it was really something to be commended for. So anyway, if you can see this is the plaque that will now be sent to Nathan to thank him for his service, because he certainly deserves that. And I apologize, Nathan, I did not mean to miss that opportunity to thank you and to recognize your outstanding service to TSITE. So that's all I had to say and share. Thanks, Stephen, for the time.
Thank you, Amy, for remembering. And thank you, Nathan, for your job last year. You were wonderful, and honestly, you've been a pretty amazing help to me ever since all this started from the get-go, helping me become the treasurer secretary for the last lovely year that someone had to deal with both of those things at the same time, going into being a vice president last year. And so your advice is always something that is much appreciated. If I don't have anything else, I see that someone was saying something about the art behind me being their favorite thing, which is amusing. That is a lovely painting that I bought from a street vendor in China. I think we were in Guilin, or that might have been in the Beijing area, but we tend to buy most of our art while we travel. So I'm glad you guys liked it. If no one has anything else, we're gonna go ahead and get off the phone here and go about our lives. I've got, I think, a phone call back to my mayor who's been calling me, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day.
We need to officially adjourn the meeting.
So do I have to do movements and all that stuff? Do we have a motion?
Oh yeah, you gotta bring a gavel and
motion to adjourn.
Do I have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Chris Rhodes. That's wonderful. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Bye.
See y'all. Thanks everybody. Figure out how to stop recording.